The podcast on Haunted Hill will contain spoilers and swearing.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
Please hold this Michael. Be one of us.
I didn't tell you my name. Hang up. I didn't tell them my name.
They're all part of it. They're all parts of it.
Come. It is time to keep your appointment.
Hello and welcome to the podcast on Haunted Hill, episode 152. My name is Gav.
My name is Dan.
Welcome everybody. Hope everyone's safe in the world. Everyone's happy. Been watching lots of movies, horror ones, maybe non-horror ones, romantic ones, maybe sexy ones, maybe dirty ones.
Wow, we are off to a flying start. As always, 30 seconds with you mentioning some kind of porn. I love it. It's something you can rely on. But we are the podcast on Haunted Hill, and we do generally cover horror films. We've never done a porno yet.
No, I would happily do erotic. I've said to the guys about making a erotic horror movie. I have said about it because, you know, could do.
There you go. If any of our patrons want to pick us an erotic horror, can't think of any off the top of my head, but there will be some out there, some sexy ones out there.
Emmanuel and the Cannibals.
It doesn't, yeah, I've seen that. It doesn't mean that we don't talk about sex, though. We generally do, because we are basically two 10-year-old boys.
That's what I was about to say. Actually, when it comes down to it, my humour's cheap as fuck. Really is. It's Happy Shopper for us UK listeners. My humour is Happy Shopper. It's basically just anything which is related to holes, stiffings, you know. That's
like Target stores for you US listeners. Very cheap and cheerful.
Back in the day, not around anymore.
No, Happy Shopper isn't. No, but this is our fourth, and won't be our last, John Carpenter special.
One day, walking home from school, a little Happy Shopper would go by, and I went in and I shoplifted a litre bottle of cola. Right?
Jesus Christ.
I don't know how. I was a school kid on the way home, but I was thirsty, so fuck it. Drank the whole lot. That night, pukes my guts up. Message.
Karma,
message.
My friend. While we're admitting these things, I once went shopping with my mum to a supermarket called Fine Fair, which doesn't exist anymore in my hometown, and she let me wander off to go and look at the comics, as she did, and I was probably about 7 or 8, and I thought, the pick and mix section, I might steal a couple of sweets. What sweets do you think I stole? I stole blackjacks, the ones that turn your tongues black, don't I? What an idiot. My mum saw straight away that I had a black tongue. She made me go over to the manager and apologise to the manager of the store. And I never stole sweets from that shop again.
You stole them from another shop?
I did. Well, there was a very dear old lady in one of the newsagents near me. And I used to go in there to buy my stickers, Garbage Pail Kids or He-Man, Panini stickers, whichever it was. And I would always say to her, I've got 3 packets, but I would position them so that there was another couple of packets hidden behind one of them. So I'd be buying like 3 packets, but I'd be walking out with like 5 or 6 packets of stickers. And that was very naughty of me. But we don't condone that. That's naughty. If anyone's out there shoplifting, don't do it.
The poor lady, so she's tallying up the money that she should be making.
We've sold all these He-Man stickers.
Oh, no, we haven't. They've been stolen.
We haven't got any money, though, John. We'll have to close the business down. John's had a heart attack.
We can't afford a funeral for John because we didn't sell the He-Man stickers.
Bloody hell, Dan. What have you done?
Dan, you cunt. No fucking funeral for John, Dan, you cunt.
That's me. Episode 152, though, as I say, is our 4th John Carpenter special. So welcome to the world of John Carpenter.
Again.
For those of you who haven't been listening to us for 10 years, he's our favourite horror movie director, as he is a lot of people.
He's got quite a few solid ones, hasn't he, really?
He's fucking brilliant. Well, we're going to get into that. We've covered a hell of a lot of his movies in director specials, or just, randomly. We've probably covered about 7 or 8 of his films now.
Yeah.
And we're going to be discussing what we do with John when we get to his episode specials is we pick one each for us to review. So I have selected the Red Murdermobile Stephen King penned Christine from 1983 for us to dissect and get under the hood of, if you will. And Gavin, you have selected the Sam Neill
In the Mouth of Madness.
Slightly Meta in the Mouth of Madness from 1994.
Where John Carpenter goes H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've got John Carpenter meets Stephen King in this episode, and John Carpenter meets H.P. Lovecraft. And I do feel...
And the second one's about a writer as well. Obviously, that's a very good connection. Obviously, it's based on Stephen King.
And I do feel that he is a director that you wouldn't expect to be able to absorb and sort of demonstrate another writer's style, but because John Carpenter has a very solid John Carpenter style. But I do feel, and we'll get into it, that Christine, he does show it's a Stephen King written film, and I do feel he's demonstrating some good H.P. Lovecraft elements in Mouth of Madness. So we'll get into that further, basically stemming on love for Mr. Carpenter. So that's what we're doing in this episode. We've also got Word of the Strange. Mr. Murray is currently in an Uber on his way here, which is fantastic.
He did just message say he's going to be late.
Well, he's a busy boy.
He said something about a strip club and whiskey.
Well, he's a busy boy because coming out this week is Ghostbusters Frozen Empire.
I know. I'm going to hopefully try and go see it in the local cinema in my town now, which has been there to cinema in my town since I watched Octopussy with my dad when I was a nipper.
You watched what with your dad?
Octopussy.
Oh, right. Good. I'm glad.
So hopefully going to watch that this weekend. Looking forward to the new Ghostbusters movie.
I'm on holiday with my in-laws, so I won't be watching it opening week, but I will definitely be getting into the cinema to watch that when I get back. Only locally, on the coast. I'm not going abroad. But I'm hyped for it. I watched an interview with Ernie Hudson and Bill Murray on one of the American talk shows. Can't remember who it was now. And they both came across really well. Bill Murray particularly was really, really funny. Ernie Hudson told a funny story about how he once met a girl who said, "Oh my God, I'm getting married in 30 minutes. Would you give us away?" And he was like, "What?" And she was like, "I met you before." And she had a tattoo of his signature on her ankle. Apparently he signed it years ago and he didn't remember doing it. And as he was telling the story, Bill Murray grabs a pen off of the host's desk and gets Ernie Hudson to sign Bill Murray's ankle as well. It's very funny. Then they pretended to play with proton packs, and Bill Murray actually said, "Look, I'm a bit of a cynical guy, but I've seen it. And I'm going to say that you guys are going to be blown away by this one. I'm really actually pleased to be a part of it." And I thought, fucking hell, Bill Murray saying that.
That's the idea I was getting from him, or the feeling I was getting from him. Just from the stuff of him in the trailer, it's just, Bill Murray's been, what he's like. And he just looks like, that's why I think this one's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I really like the last one, so I'm really looking forward to this one.
I did like the last one, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even know when that last one came out. I thought that one was just going to be it. I didn't think it's like a new thing. Obviously, Ghostbusters is like it's a very worldwide cultural thing. It's quite a thing which should play off for years. The music, everything. It's one of those God's films. Everything came together in a very clever way, and it all just worked, and it stuck, and people still it will always linger on. But I did think that one that came out not long ago, a couple of years ago, I thought that maybe that's just kind of like your bookend. Maybe that's it. But
I thought so too. The nice send off from Mr. Ramis.
But I don't mind. I'm happy if the one it looks like how it does in trailers is that. I'm happy to go back to the world of Ghostbusters. Happy.
On a small tangent, while we're talking about Ghostbusters, my daughter, who is going to be 3 in a couple of months, made her first joke the other day related to this. Cool. So when my children were born, the lovely Kate Pollock, who we know through podcasting, and also she's a good friend of mine, she sent some books to my children, one of which was a children's version of Ghostbusters. And we do read that one. It's one of the books that's on rotation. And in the kitchen the other day, Edith pointed to the toaster, said, "What's that?" My wife said, "That's a toaster. It makes the toast. You put the bread in, gets hot toast." And she went all quiet and then went, "Ha! Toastbusters." So it's a joke, but not a joke.
She made a pun.
She made a pun. I liked it. I was proud of her.
I'd
Just
be
thought I'd
mad,
mention
bro.
it.
Toastbusters, love it.
Loving it. Now, Gav, that's what's coming up. That's what we're excited to watch. But what have you been feasting your goggle eyes on all over the screen?
Well, I'll tell you what I watched at the weekend with Sarah, which is worth mentioning, is RoboDoc, the documentary on RoboCop.
Funny enough, I've got something to talk about related to that, but you please continue.
It's a 4-part documentary, totaling about 5 hours, going through everything, sound effects, the stop motion, the explosions, almost getting shut down by the police because of just how insane they're going with the explosions, stuff like that. But thoroughly, if you're a RoboCop fan, I can't think you wouldn't be a RoboCop fan, but it is quite long, so it is getting into the mechanics, so to speak, of RoboCop. It's a very good watch and worth watching. It's got everyone in it as well. Yeah, as you can imagine, it's a really good watch going into all of the detail of it. Oh, they really get into the breaking up the spludge man at the end.
Emil.
They really get into the whole doing that and the makeup, and it looks so good when they put it on him. It's just, oh my god, and the head explosion. They explain all the effects and stuff. But really worth a watch if you want to just go, fuck it, I'm gonna fucking get balls deep into RoboCop.
I've said this in the past. I'm a huge fan of documentaries, especially based on films I love. I really loved that really long 9-hour Friday the 13th documentary, and I do love the bit. So yes, I'm going to be watching RoboDoc at some point. Talking of documentaries,
it's on UK Prime for free. I don't know, obviously, other territories. So it's free. 5 hours of RoboCop documentary.
Well, talking of documentaries, and talking of Shudder, which is on Prime if you're paying for it. I finally finished and started and finished season 2 of Cursed Films. Season 1 covered Crow, Poltergeist, etc.
Yeah, I think, what, season 2? I might have seen that as
Season
well.
2 wasn't as good. They did Wizard of Oz, which was very interesting.
Oh no, I wasn't really interested in some of season 2.
They did Cannibal Holocaust. They did Serpent in the Rainbow, but then there was a couple of movies that weren't as interesting for me. So season 1 definitely worth a watch. Season 2 is all right. I
just don't dig Shudder. It's a shame. When Shudder first came out, they promoted it, because I used to have a T-shirt, they promoted it at Fright Fest, and it was like, what's this? Oh, that's just cool as fuck. That was a long time ago. And I thought, that's so cool, like a dedicated horror channel and stuff. But just the UK content is so lackluster.
Talking of Shudder, I also on Shudder finished season 3 and 4 of Creepshow, and they're very good. All 4 seasons have been fantastic because there's 2 stories per episode. You sometimes get one which is a bit weak, but they're only 20 minutes each. It's fun, and I highly recommend, if you've got Shudder, just go ahead and watch Creepshow series. You'll power through it. And the 5th season is coming out in October, apparently. That's littered with horror movie references, people from old horror films, stuff related to Creepshow. George Romero, he's even in an episode, without spoiling it. The most recent episode I watched, he was in. And you'll understand how when you watch it. Good fun. But the other link I've got to the RoboDoc is I watched a movie the other day.
Do you think there's a RoboDick porn movie?
Oh, there is, yeah. RoboCop, it's called.
RoboCop.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Half man, half machine, all lover.
I didn't expect you to know the tagline as well, but...
I'd made that up, but it could...
okay.
Probably that. Probably that.
I thought you said half man, half machine, all cock.
I bet you it's Dead or Alive, You're Coming With Me.
Oh.
I bet you that's what it is. Oh, Dead or Alive, though. That's
do it with the voice.
Dead or Alive, You're Coming With Me.
Sexily coming with me. Yeah.
I was going to say Compliance, but that's a completely different film.
Compliance.
Oh, there we go. Talking of RoboCop as well, I watched a relatively new film. It's 2 years old now. It's on Netflix in the UK, and It's basically, if you took RoboCop and it had a baby with Universal Soldier, yeah, so far you're thinking, oh yeah, Dan, yeah.
Am I? Go on then.
And then Vin Diesel stars in it. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
God. Okay.
It's called Bloodshot.
Ugh.
And it's from 2020. It's based on a comic book series, a limited run that not many people have heard of.
I've never been a fan of Vin Diesel. He's never
It's-
appealed to me in the slightest. He really has, like, literally never been like, oh, nice, a Vin Diesel film. I don't care.
You know what you're getting with him. But I watched it because, you know, it's basically about a soldier that's killed and brought back from the dead, like Universal Soldier, but also like RoboCop. He doesn't want to do it, and they force him to go on these missions, and he's trying to remember who he is. But the other thing is, as well, his blood has been replaced with tiny little robots, so that if his face gets blown off by a shotgun, it can sort of instantly repair itself with this little cloud of robots. It's pretty cool effect. Basically, it was like such an average film, though. It's like I gave it 6 out of 10, just above average. It's
So it's a 4 out of 10 then.
if it had been made in the 90s, everyone would have loved it. It was like the director must love 90s action films, because it felt like a 90s action film. But it was all right. And I tell you, the baddie was in it. It was the brother from Dead Man's Shoes again. He's turned up again in this. It's the bad guy.
Oh, okay.
It was all right.
I watched.
Vin Diesel.
I got up this morning fairly early actually, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm going to watch a movie." I actually had a day off today, kind of. So I watched a movie. I bought it actually. It's on my list for a little while, and then rented it for 99p or buy it for 199. I thought, "Oh fuck, I'll just buy it because I might watch it again." Called Outpost.
Oh yes.
About a lady in a fire tower.
Oh no, I thought Outpost is a different film about Nazis in a bunker.
That's the Outpost.
Oh yeah, okay.
The Outpost. This is like just a tower where you look for fires in the middle of the woods. And a lady's been. I didn't mind her actually. It's a couple of years old. I've been listening to a podcast where it's about a fire range up a tower, and I've always liked that concept. It's nice isolation, secluded in the woods.
I'm thinking
happen.
wrong turn. That scene in Wrong Turn. I'm thinking where she climbs up to the top of the fire lookout, and the inbreds are trying to climb up to get her.
Oh, okay, yeah. So this one's a lady. She's been. She was put in hospital by a boyfriend or whatever. At the beginning of it, it's like the sounds of that real hardcore domestic abuse, and she's traumatized. So, like, you know, when she talks to men, all of a sudden it cuts to her being strangled by that man, or she thinks they're looking at her because they're going to want to rape her or whatever. So she's really traumatized, and so she's going for 3 months out in the middle of nowhere to be a full volunteering. It's not a paid position. I don't know how she's going to do that for 3 months though. How do you survive volunteering for 3 months? Anyway, and she does that, and then things happen. It was alright, it wasn't too bad actually. Perfect, well acted, really nice, beautiful woodland shots, as you can imagine. I'm not sure whereabouts in America, but gorgeous. Not a bad movie. I'd possibly recommend it.
How old is it? Like a year or two old?
Couple of years old. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
I watched that. Also watched with Daisy. We watched Halloween H2O
Halloween H20.
Yeah.
Not H2O.
I always call it H2O.
It annoys me that people say it.
I can't help it.
It's fine. It's not. I'm not going to go at you. It's everybody in the world says it, but it's not
really
Halloween walked it.
I know. Because Daisy went, "What? The chemical?" And I was like, "Yeah." I mean, it's Halloween 20.
They made a mistake by naming it Halloween H20, didn't they? Because everyone's going to call it H2O. Let's be honest. That's.
Yeah.
But anyway. It's a great movie. We love it.
Because I said to her, this is one of the ones I kind of like because it's just a bit silly. I don't mind. Towards the end, got to admit, towards the end of it, actually, from this viewing, last 15-20, or just towards the end of it, I was kind of a bit like there. But I do like the original setup of the school with the LL Cool J security guard, and like the school and everyone leaving the school and then being left there, and Jamie Lee Curtis and Josh Hartnett and all that stuff. I quite like that whole thing, but towards the end it does get a little bit boring.
It's funny because we talked about Josh's hairnet, didn't we, on Facebook? Me and you were chatting about bad haircuts in horror. Courtney Cox in Scream 3 and Josh Hartnett were two of the biggest offenders.
But yeah, he had quite an interesting haircut. His haircuts have always been interesting. I remember The Faculty. It's pretty sketchy.
He's got bad hair in that.
Actually, in this one as well, I've got it right in. Oh, it's not as bad, actually. It's not as bad.
Which one is that?
It's the one right here. Can you see the picture of him in LL?
Oh, yeah. It's not too bad.
It's not too bad, but it's not too good either.
I was thinking of your children when I watched Creepshow. Actually, it's probably they're probably at the age where they would probably really enjoy it because it is very violent and there's a bit of swearing here and there, so they'd feel like they're watching something adult, but it's done in a comic way as well.
They watch everything. You don't have a. Do you know back in the day you'd be like, oh, nice, parents gone to bed. I'm gonna sneakily watch that European horror movie on a Sunday night at fucking 11:30. It's starting on Channel 4, that sort of thing. Sneak it. There's no way to even attempt to that was sneaking. They don't even need to sneak now. It's just there's so much films and services they could just get their hands on so quickly and download or stream or anything. I've got no. As a parent, you've got no. They will watch and find anything. You've got no control. So it's nice you're doing that. As Elijah being a little bit younger, because he is still that, I can still watch things with him. Last weekend, he's been doing the Titanic as a project. So, and I'd never seen it. So we sat and we watched the whole movie. 3.5 hours, and he thoroughly loved it, really liked it.
Oh, amazing.
It's like, that was a really good film, he said to me, because I've realised he does really get into the emotions of drama. So, for him still, though, that age of children, you can kind of introduce them to stuff a little bit. Go, oh, you should check this out. So I do that with him, like I let him watch Mad Max, like the new one. Not the new what hasn't come out yet. And he's just like that. After he's like, that was amazing. I know. But some things you can sort of do that with. But then it gets a certain age where they're just in control of themselves and they go wild.
Yeah, and it's the same with music. I was into what my parents were into until I hit 10, and then I was like, no, I listen to rap music.
All my kids have got Spotify accounts, so they're just discovering shit.
No, what I was going to say was it comes back around, because with music, when I discovered rap music and stuff that my parents weren't into, I went away and listened to all of that, and then in the last 10 years, I've come back around.
Your parents are into.
Exactly, and now I'm and I think it's the same with films.
It's also getting older. You start to you can relate to things and you can appreciate things in a different way because you look at them because your mind is mature. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Some work I've been doing for 20 years, and I think now it's like, how can I do it so seamless and easy? Do you know what I mean? And every time it's really good, and it's just because you've put all the hours in, and you've done the work. But also, as you mature and you get older, your mind and your body, your outlook completely changes. You have a lot more peace in the world as well. You start to go, oh, whatever, and you take out a lot of negativity in the world. And I don't know, you start to see things better. So then you can see some of the films which are older and go, I can really sit and appreciate that. I can really understand that. And music as well. So it's good. It's good that we do that. And as different things to you, different generations. My dad's been loving discovering the new westerns, though, which is new thing. I'm really loving the fact that he's pretty old, my dad. But I love the fact that before he leaves this planet, because one day he will, he's been watching all these brand new westerns, like on Paramount, the 1923 with Harrison Ford and Helen Mirren and stuff. And they're fucking good, really good.
Yeah.
And and he's been like, this is so good. And I'm loving the fact that he's getting to watch the technology that we have now to do stuff and things, and how we can make stuff look really good and stream straight away to him. Obviously he never grew with that, so I'm really loving the fact he's discovering new shit now. So it's completely flipped from what you're saying. It's like my parents now discovering new shit that's just coming out, but really going, this is, my mum said to me over and over, Yellowstone, I think it's probably the best show I've ever seen.
Amazing.
And I was like, I'm glad, I'm really happy that you've found that. She keeps saying, have you started? I said, no, because as soon as I get into it, I'm going to be well into it, and I know I need the time, and I've got lots on.
Funnily enough, the last movie that I wanted to mention, which is related to westerns, weirdly, as always, me and you are sort of same brain, and it's a Marvel film. It's Logan from 2017. I've been rewatching all the X-Men movies ready for Deadpool 3, and I was sat down and I haven't seen it.
That's huge, X-Man, isn't it?
It is huge, Axeman. And I never realised the first time around, I just saw it at the cinema with a bunch of people, but this time around I never realised all the references to Shane and what's Shane? The Western.
Shane?
It's called Shane. Yeah.
Don't know. I've never heard of it.
Oh, it's a really famous Western film. And basically it's littered
I've never heard of it. What is it, an old movie?
Yeah, it's really, really famous.
Shane, S-H-A-N-E?
Yeah.
Never. Don't know at all.
I mean, it's a huge influence on Logan because the girl in it watches Shane with Sir Ian McKellen, and then at the end of it, she the last line. I never understood the end scene.
Look up what Shane is.
I never understood the last scene of Logan, and now I understand she's quoting Shane over Wolverine's grave. So it was an amazing rewatch for me because
I can't find anything called Shane. Shane Shiner, Legend of the Ten Rings. Are you sure? S-H-A-N-E?
Yeah, very famous Western, 1953.
I'll type in 1953. Sorry, listeners, this is not fun for you. Keep talking.
A weary gunfighter in 1880s Wyoming
That's right, okay.
begins to envision a quieter life after befriending a homestead family with a young boy who idolises him, and a smouldering range war forces him to act. It's got an incredibly moving ending. Anyway,
I'll put it on my watch list.
With Logan, it's clearly made with an eye for people who love westerns, which I secretly do love westerns. I've mentioned it before.
I don't secretly. I do love westerns.
Yeah, it's something I didn't realise I've loved really, but I over the years, whenever there's a western on, I'll watch it. But yeah, Logan, man, what a rewatch! And if you haven't watched it for a while, go back, watch it, and think about all the other movies. There's a lot of Clint Eastwood stuff in it. It's just great film. Very emotional at the end as well, and it changes a little bit now. I'm a dad as well. In fact, me and my wife were both crying at the end scene a bit. But there we go. So Vin Diesel, Hugh Jackman, your dad watching westerns, Creep Show, Halloween H2O, Halloween H20, RoboCop, and let's do some John Carpenter goodness now, shall we? So before we have a trailer for our first movie, which is Christine from 1983, just going to have a quick chat about Johnny C, because we love him and we always love to have a chat about him. To kick things off, though, I thought what might inspire a bit of conversation is his movies in order of highest to lowest rating on IMDb, and this might surprise you. So we'll go through that and we'll talk about them. What I think is interesting, like you said earlier, just to kick things off, is the reason we love him is he has got a lot of solid horror entries under his belt, hasn't he? Really solid movies.
It's quite versatile as well in the horror genre of the subgenres. Like we're talking tonight, we're talking about a haunted car, and another thing we'll talk about is otherworldly, universal, monster-y type stuff.
And then, of course, he's done aliens, slashers, devil,
serial killer, vampires.
You know, he's even done comedy. You know, and he's done a couple of comedies actually.
Memoirs of Invisible Man.
Yeah, and Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah, and that's comedy, action, fantasy.
Crazy.
And done really well. The Thing. What you're looking at, sci-fi horror drama, I guess.
Yeah, aliens. Yeah. So let's go. So number one, I'll go from the highest rated on IMDb. So
can you give the rating as well?
Yeah, of course. So the highest rated John Carpenter movie on IMDb is The Thing.
Damn straight. It's my favourite one. That and Jaws. I can never tell which is best. My favourite.
8.2 it gets. It's a pretty solid rating on IMDb for what was considered a flop in the cinema. So yeah, and of course, we've covered it. We love it. Everyone knows what we think of The Thing.
I've bought multiple copies. I've given you a copy on Blu-ray. I've bought multiple Blu-ray copies.
I think you've given me 2 Blu-ray copies over the years. I've got 2 of them, and I've got it on DVD.
Oh, keep that Arrow one I gave you. That's the special. That's the
one I'm going to keep. Yeah.
I forgot I gave it to you already.
What would you say is the next highest rated?
Halloween.
Of course. Only 7.7 collectively on IMDb, but it's the blueprint for that type of movie in a lot of ways.
It's a very solid movie.
It wasn't the first to do it, but it certainly was the first to do it in such a way that it's been emulated.
John Carpenter brought a lot of real flair and style to it in a sort of way. Yeah, very subtle style, but a very solid film. It's very smooth and
Yeah, another reason I know that John Carpenter
probably
is my
set his
favourite.
signature. I'd say it probably set his signature look, sound, feel of a film out on that movie.
I could never tell you which is my favourite Carpenter movie, and I could certainly never tell you what is my top 3 or my top 5, because they dip in and out all the time, depending on what I'm thinking about, what I've seen recently.
And as you get older,
and as you get older, you start to appreciate things more and more. The next one might surprise you. So the next highest rated gets 7.5, and it's actually Cigarette Burns.
That's a
It's
short.
the third
though.
highest, I suppose, but
Yeah. Okay, but it's a short. I'm not classing it. Let's go to the next feature.
okay, no problem. So the next feature is 7.3. We've never covered it, and we will be covering it probably in our next one. Assault on Precinct 13.
Okay, like I was saying, this is obviously before. Well, not obviously. This was before Halloween, and like I say, just then Halloween, I feel set a style. This doesn't. It does have a lot of the music and stuff, but obviously with Halloween, we've got the steady cam and all that sort of Dean Cundy stuff. Then again, I don't know. Dean Cundy might have done Assault on Precinct 13. Yeah, it's a bit rough around the edges, but a good film. And the remake is solid as well. If you've never seen a remake, don't laugh at it. It's a solid movie.
Is that Josh Hartnett as well?
No, that's Ethan Hawke and Lawrence Fishburne.
That's right. Yeah,
good
Assault on
film.
Precinct 13, it is good. And again, proving that John Carpenter can try different genres, because that's like a Western in a way, isn't it?
Well, it was based on not High Noon. It was based on John Weston movie.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it now. I know the one you mean.
I've seen it, but I can't remember what
They get held up in a bank.
it's held up. It's held up in the sale.
Surprisingly, the next highest rated is They Live, 7.2. I, for a long time, was like, this is in my top 3, because I got it on DVD, a really good quality copy of it. I'd only ever really seen rough copies of it. It's such a great film. And actually, watching it now in 2024, with the world that we live in, the cynical world of buy, sell, you must consume. It's so fucking relevant. It's so ahead of its time. Just and it's a lot of fun as well. It's a lot of fun.
It's one of the films I've kind of never, with John Carpenter's, never really go to and never did so much. Then I had seen it and I kind of enjoyed it as well, but I couldn't remember it from when we reviewed it. But when we reviewed it, looking at it like you say then and now, and with reviewer eyes, it's a funny thing, listeners. If you've never sat and with a film, watched a film and taken notes for it, and you're really looking at it, you kind of look at the film in a little bit differently. And with that one, I really enjoyed it more. Because I could go, okay, and I could see it better because I was looking at it with that clearer eye.
Indeed, it's incredible. And actually, it's tied with 7.2, it's tied with Big Trouble in Little China.
Fucking classic.
I mean, everybody watched that as a kid and grew up. It was probably the movie where I knew who John Carpenter was as a kid.
Had a party, like I told you before, had a party, went McDonald's or wherever it was, had loads of fries and burgers, went to the video shop before that, picked a movie, picked Big Trouble in Little China, came home, watched it. Then I've said this before, up in my bedroom upstairs, me and my mates jumped up and down on bed doing karate kicks because we were so fucking hyped from it. We were just fighting each other after watching Big Trouble in Little China that I broke my floor, which is the loft ceiling. The garage ceiling, and it's a complete massive fucking crack. And only probably last year, I told my mum that. So it's because we watched that movie. Mum upstairs jumped. She went, "Oh, is that why?" Yeah.
That bloody John Carpenter. Next on the list, that was 7.2. 7.1 on the list. We've covered it in our last John Carpenter special, Escape from New York.
Yeah.
Incredible. Again, sci-fi,
it's
action.
a kind of fun thing. I do struggle a little bit with sci-fi. It's not really my first job, but you can't not, like Aliens, The Thing, all that sort of shit. And it's another film I don't normally totally go towards that much, but it is still fun. There's a lot of fun stuff there. It's a very simple premise. Go there, get the president out, out of New York, and New York's shut down. It's quite a fun idea. The the score's just fucking great. Dun, 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 dun. So good.
He really paints in that film a picture of this futuristic world.
Dystopian,
Even though it's 1981 and they were limited with what they could do, you really feel like you're transported to this other world. And Snake Plissken is just an incredible anti-hero.
That's the thing with that film. Like, if it was Vin Diesel.
Imagine if they remade
just
it with him.
No, it doesn't. No, because I did speak of it, didn't they? Vin Diesel, just being Vin Diesel, not really putting, like, Kurt Russell's such a character actor, as in, like, he will just really go to these different characters, from Tarantino with a massive moustache, or going to Snake Plissken. He's always really done stuff for his characters, and I really think he's enjoyed when he can play in that field, and he really took it and said, well, I'm just gonna do the Clint Eastwood type thing.
I mean,
man with no name.
Look at the three characters he's played for Carpenter. Jack Burton, who is a stupid caricature of action heroes and a comedy. R.J. McCready, who is this quiet, thinking, calculated hero, and then Snake Plissken, who is just this, like,
don't
real...
give a fuck, I'm out for myself.
Amazing stuff. That's partly Carpenter as well, pulling that out of him,
Yeah, and I would say yes and no. I think it's probably both of them. I would say, like I said, I reckon that's why he's liked working with Carpenter, because Carpenter's like, let's fucking go there, man. And he gives him the paper to draw the character on.
Yeah.
And because it's Snake Plissken, and because he's like that, it makes... I would be more happy if that was on telly. I'd be like, I'll sit and watch this. Where some of the other films, I wouldn't so much, maybe,
Well, tied with Escape from New York at 7.1 is also In the Mouth of Madness, which we're covering on this episode. So we won't talk about it too much, but so far we've talked 8 films, 8 if you include Cigarette Burns, and they're all above 7 on IMDb, and that is a sign of a horror master or a director that is at the top of his game.
I gotta say, guys, I know, like, some people I don't very look at Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, I don't look at Rotten Tomatoes.
I know it's mixed up with, like, the not press, but those reviews,
critic
reviews and that stuff.
Yeah.
But IMDb, generally, I can watch a movie and go, let's play the game, and, like, guess the number from what you think it is. Go look on IMDb, and you're pretty much there.
Yeah, it's always...
So it's quite nice to know that. So when you go look at a movie, shall I watch that movie? Is it over 5? Depends.
That's why I've done this, rather than Rotten Tomatoes. I thought IMDb is what you and I would trust the most, really.
I do trust it, yeah. It's not trusting a computer or AI or anything. It's the people who obviously vote it, and quite often, like I've said, it works for me.
Well, the next rated is bang on 7 out of 10, and that's Starman from 1984 with Jeff Bridges, which was my mum's favourite.
Yeah.
And
I've maybe seen half of it. It's not really...
Yeah, I don't even know if I'll ever be able to cover it without getting too emotional with you on this show. Maybe one day.
Yeah.
But,
it's not really a film for me.
I absolutely love it, and again, it's science fiction, but like a romantic science fiction, sad story. Like, John Carpenter, how have you done this?
Yeah, totally. But if you throw it to me and say, "Right, Gavs, romantic science fiction," I'm out.
But there's also some horror elements in there as well, it's a bit like E.T. in some places. It's very good.
Don't like E.T.
Fair enough. E.T.'s finger. Just after that is a film I've only seen once, and I can't remember anything about it, and that is Elvis from 6.9.
Yeah, I've never seen it, no.
Gets 6.9, it does.
And that's Kurt again.
Playing Mr. Presley.
I'll be Mr. Presley.
Which is crazy.
Thank you very much.
And then just behind that, 6.8, so still really high, is Christine from 1983. And again, we're covering that, so we won't go into that too much. And Christine is actually tied with The Fog.
Oh, I love The Fog.
I'm surprised The Fog isn't as high up, really. A bit higher up, but...
maybe it doesn't... maybe it doesn't appeal, but it's more of a mass, but I don't know why. No.
And again, another style.
Fucking
it's more of a
Ghost Pirates. Fuck yeah.
Ghost Pirate zombies looking for treasure. It's like a
coming back for their treasure to a little town. Fuck yeah, get me in there. And it's called The Fog. So is it gonna be foggy? Yeah, fuck yeah.
I absolutely love
foggy.
The Fog.
I love it.
Just behind that is one that I do think might be in my top 3 now, and that's Prince of Darkness. Because I do find the ending of that incredibly terrifying, and I do love the setup of it and the Big Trouble cast that are in it.
Yeah, I picked up on Blu-ray and I watched it again, and I struggle with this film because I think the film for me is that it's a hard one because this is a saying no because the thing doesn't. Yeah, that was a helicopter. I think a thing with that movie is that there's no real bad person. That's to hang on to do you know what I mean? Put the moniker onto as such. With the thing, it's this the mystery. It could be anybody, and that kind of works really well. But it still does come in like a physical form. And this one, you do in that movie, you do get people who are obviously been taken over their mind, and they start killing from the green goo. But I don't know. Still doesn't really. I don't go, oh yeah, I'll watch that film. It does. I don't know why. It doesn't hit for me.
It's got Donald in it though.
It has got loads of his old actors in it. Big Trouble Little China actors and all sorts. Fog actors.
And
Donald. But it just doesn't. It's like I don't know.
Alice Cooper briefly as well.
Yeah. Do you like the film?
Yeah, well, like I just said, for a while, I think it might have been in my top 3. You know, I do move them around a lot. The Thing always stays in the top 3, but it's so difficult with Johnny. Johnny C. The next on the list isn't one that he directed, but he pretty much helped get it off the ground. So I will just mention it briefly, and it's Halloween 2. That gets 6.5.
He does have a lot of fingerprints on it.
Yeah, and I really like Halloween 2. In fact, in some ways, I prefer it. It feels like a cleaner. I've said this before when we reviewed it. It feels like a cleaner sort of version of the first one. I like the hospital setting.
I do. I'm a big fan of it. He wasn't totally happy doing it, but he did it.
After that, tied with it. Just below it. 6.2 is Dark Star. His first sort of feature, really.
Yeah, I've never really seen it.
I've seen it. I don't remember much about it. In the far reaches of space, a small crew, 20 years into their mission, finds things beginning to go hilariously wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't,
Sci-fi comedy.
I'd rather watch Aliens.
And then tied with that is one that we've covered, Body Bags, with 6.2. Fantastic.
Body Bags is fun. Sarah's saying that we should have done Body Bags, but we can always do it one day.
We've done Body Bags. We have done it.
That's what I actually thought.
Yeah, we've done it. Toby Hooper, John Carpenter, Larry Sulkis directing.
I thought we had done it. That must have been a long time ago.
Yeah, the hair transplant. Come on.
Yeah, Casey Steech. Casey Steech! Casey Steech!
Who's that?
Stacey Keach!
Casey Steech. And then let's move down to the bottom of the list now. But these are still rated relatively high. 6.1, we got Vampires.
It was all right. It wasn't too bad. It was for a comeback for him. It was kind of okay.
I like the first 45 minutes, and then it all goes a bit.
Drags me.
Yeah. But it has got James Woods in it being fucking psychotic.
Yeah, and James Woods, he's okay. He's yeah.
At 6, with just 6 points, Memoirs of an Invisible Man. I think we should cover it. I think it'd be a fun one for us to talk about. Chevy Chase, Daryl Hannah, Sam Neill.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, Sam Neill's a bad guy. I do like Chevy Chase, even though I know he's a moody fucker, and most people have said he's very hard to work with.
He's a prick, apparently.
Yeah.
But I think maybe our next John Carpenter one, we might cover that, pair it up with something like Assault on Precinct 13 for a little bit of the ups and downs in John's career. But that gets 6, and then below that. And again, he didn't direct it, but his fingerprints are certainly all over it. You've already talked about it. Halloween H20, 5.8 on IMDb. We both absolutely love that.
Direct it though, didn't he?
He didn't, no. Like I said with Halloween.
We can't start going into. No, don't start going to.
No. I'm just the ones that he's got fingerprints on.
Oh no, because he's got fingerprints on loads of stuff. No.
Oh, there's not many more. After that, 5.7. We'll probably cover it someday. Escape from LA. I rewatched it recently, and it was all right.
Ben came round. That's director of photography for Deadbolt Films, and we were hanging out. We were doing some editing or something, and we ate some dinner, and we sat and watched Escape from LA. I was like, "Fucking sure shit." He goes, "I don't remember this." And I was like, "We watched it." There was bits of it which is okay, but then it was. And then I said to him, "Here he is, Steve Buscemi, and him fucking surfing,
Oh, the
CGI."
surfing
And it's just like, this is awful.
Bruce Campbell, Stacey Keach. It's got people in it.
Casey
Steach and Koos Bramble. And Rurt Cussell as well.
Amazing.
Directed by Con Jarpenter. That's 5.7. 5.6, and I would like to talk about this, starring Superman himself and Kirstie Alley, Village of the Damned. I love it.
I've got a DVD in there, waiting to watch it, and almost put it on today. Funny enough, in that poll there's Someone's Watching Me.
Yes, I like that.
And that must be, you must be getting to that soon.
I think that's on this list.
Well, he directed it.
So below that is The Ward from 5.5.
Amber Turd.
Don't remember anything about it. Saw it at the cinema. Was excited to see a John Carpenter film at the cinema in 2010. Couldn't tell anything about it.
Yeah.
And that was the last film he made, wasn't it? Really, he hasn't done anything since then.
And you should have there. Somebody's Watching Me.
Yeah. Well, below that is Ghosts of Mars.
Oh, of course, still going on. Ghosts of Mars. Tried watching that again within the last couple of years, and it's such a weird movie. Okay, Jason Statham. Okay, with Pam
Ice Cube.
Grier. Pam Grier and Ice Cube, you could maybe put them together in a type of film. Possibly that would work. But all of a sudden, Jason Statham, like, okay. And then there's some more odd characters in there. It's got this kind of industrial soundtrack. Then the vampires are like this post-apocalyptic type, vampire-y type of things, and it's just not fun. It's just
it was originally going to be. It was originally going to be Escape from the third Escape movie, Escape from Earth, I think it was going to be called, or Escape from Mars, and then. In the end, Kurt Russell didn't want to be involved, and then the script got mucked around, and you can just feel the studio's interference in that one.
Yeah, I'm sure after he saw Escape from LA and went, oh, okay.
Yeah, well, for some reason, Somebody's Watching isn't on this list, so let me just find that and tell you what the... I don't know why that isn't on this list. Maybe because it wasn't really officially released.
It's a TV movie.
Yeah,
but it's still a feature that he directed. If you've got a TV show on there directed, Somebody's Watching Me should be there.
Yeah, I don't know why.
So it's a TV movie. A lady in her apartment and starts getting a bit paranoid. Someone's watching her. So it's kind of your slashery type thing, but it's a TV movie. It's not, you know.
It gets 6.6.
Yeah, I need to watch it again. Like I said, I've got the DVD of it. I picked up. It was quite hard to get hold of, but I picked up a long time ago.
And then that's it. But there's only two other films I would quickly mention. One is Halloween 3: Season of the Witch, which again you kind of associate with John Carpenter, even though it's not him. One that I'd never seen until my good friend Gav gave me a copy of it, I believe, or told me to watch it. I have it on DVD, and it's called Black Moon Rising.
I gave you my copy.
Yeah, which is a weird film. Tommy Lee Jones, Linda Hamilton, and a thief is hired by the Justice Department to steal incriminating tapes from a corrupt corporation. The tapes vanish when Quint decides to hide them in the back of a hydrodynamic-powered racing car stolen by a hot car ring, and I absolutely fucking loved it.
Did you?
Yeah.
He didn't direct it. Did he write and produce?
He wrote it.
Yeah.
And produced, yeah. And it feels a bit like a John Carpenter film. But there we go. It's a big list. Well, it's not a big list, but there are so many big hitters on that list. That's why he's our favourite, and he's got a signature, he's got a style, and he can adapt to many different genres.
Will we, though, come back and do another feature?
I mean, he popped back up in Studio 666. It was fun to see him in that. I don't know. He
was having fun in that. He's been having fun. He's about to release a fifth album, I think, with his son. I think he's enjoying doing that and smoking pot and playing computer games and collecting royalty checks.
I honestly wouldn't be mad if he never made another film, because I think leave your legacy as is. You know?
That's like with the Ward, when the Ward came out, wasn't it? We were all like, oh, amazing. Then we watched and go,
And that's what Tarantino's now doing. He's got his last film he's in production at the moment, and that's his last one. And I'm sure it'll be just as good as most of his other ones. That will be
because someone said on his Facebook page, wherever it was, it's like official page or whatever. It said, "Oh, why don't you? It'd be great if you directed a movie again." And I chimed in and said, "But making music's just so much more easier. You could just sit by yourself and do it. You don't have to have the interference of loads of people." And then John Carpenter chimed in. And
amazing. I
don't remember what he said, but it was kind of like he was kind of going against me almost a bit, like saying, "No, that's not the reason." And he sort of, I don't know what he said, but John Carpenter stepped in because I said, "Oh, I'm making music's easier today," and he stepped in saying, "No, that's not the reason." I was like, but I can't remember what it was. Really, that's a shit end of the story.
And of course, you and I went to watch him perform music in London, which was fantastic.
He performed for us privately.
He did. It wasn't music. It was just dance, interpretive dancing.
It was alternative interpretive dancing.
We'd shout out the name of one of his films, and he'd have to do a sexy dance. Big Trouble in Little China.
And he'd start going, "What does Big Trouble in Little China mean in dance?" Just those words. And we'd say Halloween, and he would start going spooky.
Yeah. The Thing.
that was a weird one. When he started dancing The Thing, I don't know, that was weird. It's when his body started doing those weird movements and then the clothes came off, I don't know. Anyway.
Well, that's that. Listen, we love John Carpenter. That's why we're covering him as for our 4th director special.
I like the one when he started putting his hands on his groin and over his nipples when I said, "Somebody's watching me." And he's like, "Ooh."
He took it literally, didn't he?
Yeah, that was a good dance.
In the Mouth of Madness, he misheard me and he put something else in my mouth. That was very bad.
You just had to say then, he really misheard me when I said "in the Mouth of Madness." I just left it at that.
No, I like
Let that gag fly with people's minds.
I like to explain the sexiness of it all. Well, talking of sexiness, let's talk about sexy cars. Let's have a trailer for a lovely little murder-mobile. Christine.
Vroom, 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 vroom. Start your engines.
Sonny, you ever owned a car before?
No. I just got my license.
Start her up. Her name's Christine.
I like the car.
I know that the guy who owned the car before, Arnie, his daughter choked to death in Christine.
It's that car. I swear it's the car.
How's Christine coming?
Oh, Cherry.
That's funny, because I heard she was totaled.
Well, after I cleaned up the broken glass, it wasn't so bad.
So what if you fix it up, and he just comes back and does it again?
He won't do it again.
it's always interesting when we have Stephen King with different filmmakers and how they work with his materials. Always so interesting, like Misery compared to The Shining, compared to obviously the different stories and different things going on, but it's coming from the same mind. But then taking that into the mind of someone else, because it's totally that thing when you're directing a film, you're taking the words that you've read and you just, as you read a book, like everybody does, because everybody could really direct. Everyone has a vision. When you read something, you can imagine it, and you just imagine how that picture is in your head, and then just transferring that to the director of photography to capture it. Then the editor, everybody knows how film's made. I don't need to tell everyone this. But everybody, obviously, is different. All humans are different. You could give 5 people in a room, all friends, the same story, go off and do something different, go and tell this story, interpret it your way, and they'd all do it differently. It's the way it is. So it's so interesting when we have these movie directors. Then you get someone like Stanley Kubrick that comes along, Stephen King's like, I fucking hate that movie. I'll do my own and stuff like that. Yeah. And the time of Stephen King's like, we got to do something right, you got to do it yourself, and declares Maximum Overdrive's like it's Magnus Opus.
Fucking hell. Coke-fueled nonsense.
But interesting. So this time, though, we've got John Carpenter, our buddy JC. Not Jesus Christ. Not Joan Collins.
Not Jackie Chan.
Not Jackie Collins.
Not Jim Carrey.
But John Carpenter. Or John Candy. It's John Carpenter. So, what do you're a big fan of this one, aren't you?
I am. Yeah. It's sometimes in my top 3. I am a huge Stephen King fan, and read the book when I was quite young.
It's a full novella. It's not like a short story. Yep.
No, it's a full...
Silver Bullet obviously was from a short story of Stephen King's.
Yeah. My dad joined one of those clubs in the back of a Sunday magazine where you order, I don't know how many books it is, and you get a book every month back in the sort of 80s. And I realise now as an older person that he was doing some of that for me, because a lot of the books he'd order would be Stephen King books, which is how I read a lot of the ones I did. But yeah, I read the book, loved it, really loved the whole nerd. It was kind of like Spider-Man for me. It was like a nerd gets powers in a way, and becomes popular, but then realizes he's got to overcome demons. I loved it.
See, what you're telling me, I like what you're telling me there. If it was recast to someone likable who gets the car,
we'll come to that in a minute.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I've got some stuff to say about the cast as well. But then when I didn't see the movie, because obviously it came out in 83, I would only have been 5. I didn't see the movie probably till I was in my mid-teens, 15, 16. But because it was John Carpenter, I was like, oh my God, I was really nervous to watch it, because it was like, oh my God, my favourite horror director and my favourite writer. And I watched it, and I fell in love with it. I really, really, I went for a period not watching it for a very long time, because it wasn't really anywhere. And now I've watched it so many times. In fact, I reviewed it when I guested on Eternal Darkness of the Not So Spotless Mind, Kate and Matt's show. That was my pick, and this is my second time reviewing it. I'm more than happy to do so. Absolutely love it. What I love about it is it feels like a Stephen King film, but it feels like a John Carpenter film. I don't know how that, for me anyway, this is my personal take, I don't know how that works, but it feels like both. And I think the reason is because it's set in the late 70s. It's not set now or when the film was made in the 80s. It's a slightly period piece, and then you've got the fact that the car is from the 50s and plays music from the 50s, so it all feels very period piece, which is why it feels so Stephen King. But then it's shot with that John Carpenter style and that glossiness that he sometimes has, and it's a very shiny red glossy car, and I love some of the sort of the kills in it, and the car itself definitely feels like it's its own entity. Talking of the characters, what I love about them, and I will let you speak in a minute, I promise, but what I love is, for me personally, all the characters are so much more deeper. And perhaps that's, some people don't like it because the film is a bit longer than some of his other ones. But I love the deepness of the characters. They all have a little arc. For example, Dennis is a jock, but he's friends with Arnie, a nerd. And we've seen this occasionally in films. They shouldn't be friends, but they are, just because they are. They probably grew up together, and Dennis feels he has to be loyal to Arnie. The girl character in it, Lee, she isn't your typical sort of cheerleader girl. And even the guy, Darnell, that runs the junkyard, he's an asshole when you first meet him, but actually you realise he's got a bit of a good heart, and he likes Arnie, and he lets him work on the car there for pretty much for free. And everybody in it's got layers to them. Obviously, you've got your bad guys, the group of kids at school who are about 45 years old, and some of the various stereotypes. But I do love that they're all quite layered for the most part. The other thing I love about this, which I wanted to mention now, so this will be able to come up while we review it, is for me, I've realised over the last few years that this is potentially, Stephen King's book is potentially about his cocaine addiction, because it's about just a normal kid with glasses, your average Joe, and then he discovers this thing, cocaine or Christine, that then makes him feel really confident, really gets him lots of attention.
So use it as a metaphor.
Yeah. So with Christine being cocaine, he suddenly becomes really confident, then gets really cocky, stops wearing his glasses, starts fighting his dad, swearing at his mum. And basically, if you replace the car with coke, that's kind of what's happening in this. He then starts pushing his friends away, calling his girlfriend a fucking bitch on the phone. Doesn't really know why he's doing all of this. And
it's
kind
a
of
really
overtaking
fucking
him.
unlikable protagonist.
Yeah, because he's a cokehead, or in this case, a car head, whichever way you want to do it. But I also realised that as an adult, and I have known someone go through quite bad cocaine addiction. I've seen this, but in real life, but obviously without a magic car. So that's another thing that I really love about it. And whether or not King intended that, I feel like he channeled his own life into a lot of films, and I should imagine that this is a little bit of a metaphor for addiction of sorts.
I think a lot of his books is a lot of metaphors in it, of his life and stuff, isn't it?
But yeah, that so that's me really. Obviously, I love this film, so I'm going to be gushing all over it.
Okay, this is going to be.
Though, you're the other side of the coin.
This is going to be a very interesting conversation.
Because you'd only seen it once before, hadn't you?
I saw it once before, and I found it pretty dull and boring. If you'd have said to me, a haunted car that kills people, directed by John Carpenter, I'd be like, fucking, yeah, it's pretty cool. For whatever reason, I find this film just doesn't sit with me. I know, obviously, that might not be a popular opinion, because a lot of people like this film, and I feel like maybe it's nostalgia or something, but I watched it the first time, found it a bit dull, so I watched it for this time and reviewed it. Like I said earlier about review your eyes when you watch a film, it's a little bit different, and I really watched it, and it's a weird movie for me. There's just stuff that's wrong. It doesn't sit well. Like, there is 3 acts. Really, the 3 acts would be buy car kills, try and get rid of car. There's your 3 acts. And this one, it feels so like the first half of it feels like the first act. Just like, more and more, and then and like you say, it's deeper. It's getting into the kids and stuff. But I don't feel it's very well cast. I don't like any of that. I've never seen them before in anything else. They didn't go on to do other stuff. Why is that? Because they're possibly not that likeable. Obviously, I know you do and you love it, and a lot of people will. And I'm sure most people say I'm wrong.
But it's not in the top 10 normally chatted about, is it? Let's be honest. Carpenter's films.
There's nothing appealing in it. But then, all of a sudden, in this film, there's like 15% of this movie is amazing.
Yeah.
There's these shots John Carpenter have of the car following the kid with the lights backlit with the smokes, and then his music comes in, and you look straight like John Carpenter. Boom. This movie even should start at the beginning with the car going along. Like that scene should be at the beginning, and stalking someone and killing someone. I've been down with that movie from going, man, that's fucking pretty good. Let's get into that. That got me. It just plods. The first half plods and plods. Then, when you get the first time the car actually does this thing, it gets all fucking gangster and goes, right, I'm going to go after the people that tried to fucking destroy or did destroy me. and it starts hunting them down. That's a fucking cool movie. I want to see that movie as the movie.
I mean,
I know
it's
you need story, I understand, and it's too long. It needs to be 90 minutes and cut out at least 25 to 29 minutes of it.
I totally get that, and I think, it's an hour and 50. I think if it was cut down to maybe an hour, even just an hour and 40 or an hour and 30, if you could, you want to get to that a bit quicker, some of that stuff, like you said. So for you, you'd be looking at chopping a good 15, 20 minutes out of this, really. But
yeah, easy.
But again, I think...
And recasting.
There's a reason that Stephen King likes this one as one of his, interpretations of one of his writing, and that's because John Carpenter does his best to try and do justice to the book and keeps a lot of the story in it. And I'm here for the story. I read the book first. I'm not one of those people that says the book's better than the film, because sometimes that's not the case. But
do you think we get to the point where we can start remixing movies ourselves at home? With AI?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, one day I'll remix this. I'll do my version of this film. I can already cut films myself down. I can already do my own edit, but I mean, I can't fucking replace actors. But with AI, you'd be able to.
Can you just replace it with Kit, the Knight Rider car, and Kit's having a bad day and he just goes fucking apeshit and kills everyone?
Well, I do like things like this, and I tell you what, of a car movie I do like is The Car. I think that's a fantastic movie. I really fucking enjoy that film, and that is more the B movie I feel like I want with this. But the trouble is, well, it's not trouble. It's only trouble it is for me, because all of you guys like it. Thing is, though, it's coming from a book, a Stephen King book, where the car isn't, and that's where you're getting the what it is with a book. I don't read that much just because my brain struggles to do it. But when I do read, James Herbert's someone I can read actually and follow. He's a British author.
My second favourite writer.
Oh, nice. I can kind of, like you do with, like I was saying, with scripture stuff, you start to envision it and really feel it and you really get involved in it. And with Stephen King, I've always liked Maine and always like the movies where we get these little town, all these people, and you start to, like Salem's Lot, it's quite long obviously, but you really slowly, like a TV series, you start to know the characters a lot more. And that's why with this, I'm saying it's plodding, but when it comes down to it, you're taking it from a novel, so there's a lot more involved in there, a lot more layers, like you're saying, because it's Stephen King's writing. For me, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
So that's it. I don't want to be all shitty with it and stuff, but I'm trying to be positive with it. But at the same time, 15% of it's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a really interesting conversation back and forwards, because you're going to be saying, always gushing over and on, but I won't be coming in negatively, but at times I might not even have that much notes. I might even go for a jog and you can carry on talking.
Well, it's a film from 1983, so there's definitely some stuff that's wrong with it, and stuff that hasn't aged well, and there's also some stuff we can laugh at. I've already mentioned that the kids at the school all look like they're in their 40s. It's like Grease.
Oh my God, the main bully is like literally 30, 35 or something. It's like, what are you doing at college, you sad fuckers? Go and do something
as old
else.
As the teacher.
But honestly, this is definitely before the internet, wasn't it? It's like, go and do something. Like, literally, stop bullying kids at high school, you fucking 35-year-old.
One of his gang members is the guy from Ghostbusters, isn't he?
I love it. The Afro dude who Bill Murray fucking electric shocks him.
And the guy that sells the car is the old man Marley from Home Alone, the snow shoveler. Another
guy from the gang is a skinny one who's really unfunny, who doesn't die. He stays at the diner in the Friday 13th Part 2.
Yes, he is. Yeah, that's right.
And I don't like that guy.
And you've got another person.
Why is he in a gang? You look at him, you'd be like, just flick him. He's going to fall over.
You've got two actually people from Home Alone. You've got Old Man Marley is the guy that sells the car, and you've also got Darnell, who runs the junkyard, is the guy from Home Alone 2 who runs the toy shop. So you got that, and then of course we've got Harry Dean Stanton in this as well as the cop on the trail. I bet you loved that bit where the moment he shows up and he's like, look at this color red. You can't just buy this color red anywhere, because that's kind of like your.
I actually quite liked. For the safety. No, that's not. No, it doesn't work in that sense. I know where you're going. No.
I just mean the detective aspect.
Oh, yes, of course. And I do like seeing him as a bit younger. Obviously, I've seen him in stuff a bit older. I'll tell you what, I did watch a movie last night. This movie that's just come out with Pierce Brosnan as a hitman.
I've heard of that.
Charlie something or other. And he lives with a guy who's James Cagney. No, James Caan. Fucking James Cagney. James Caan, and he looks so old in it. And obviously people age, I understand, but he it's like, wow, he's acting. Wow, okay. Like that old. Like to the point I didn't recognise him. It took me a moment to go, oh my God, it's James Caan. Yeah. Bless him. You know, and we all get old. So yeah.
Well, before we get started on the story, then, things to look out for, obviously, that John Carpenter's signatures. There's some great camera shots, as you've already touched on. There's some score, which is awesome. He gives life to the bone. He gives life to this car, this entity, through camera shots, point of view, that kind of thing. Just creepy little camera movements, tracking shots, and it just feels like definitely you can feel his fingerprints all over it.
Yeah, totally. Another thing, when Ben was over, we were just chatting about films and stuff. He actually mentioned Christine, and I said I wasn't really into it, and he said he loves it. Ben loves it. And I was like, I'm not a massive car head, but I know you're not a car head either, really.
No. I appreciate, a classic car. I think cars all look the same these days, but... Where
Ben's got a Dodge Charger and a Dodge Challenger, and he's just like, no, I fucking love it. And for that reason, he just adores it. And I've got, like, hands down, you can't say nothing wrong with that. When the car puts itself back together, it's a fantastic sequence.
Oh, fucking hell. That is just absolutely...
I just want to see this film in a different edit with a different cast.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Sometimes we review films and I'm not that keen to review it and stuff, but because I didn't really like the film, but it's not really that I'm keen to review it. It's because I wasn't keen to watch the film in the first place. But when I do come to review it, I end up having more fun with you, talking about the movies than actually watching them. And this might be the case.
Well, Christine, just so you know, anybody who's interested, is a 1958 Plymouth Fury. Although they do call her a 57 Plymouth Fury in the film, but it really is actually a 1958 Plymouth Fury. And it's a beautiful looking car. Lovely colour as well. But let's get started then. So we start, as we should, in an assembly line. We're watching Christine be born, a bit like Chucky, being assembled. And... quite rightly, Gav, you mentioned it already, but I'd like you to repeat your little lyric.
Bad to the bone.
What a great
bad to the bone. I kept doing it. Sarah, I was doing it to Sarah to the point where I was really enjoying going bad to the point I kept doing it so much. She just looked at me and she goes, "You're going to do this throughout the whole review, aren't you?" And I said, I won't, but it is quite enjoyable going bad. Can you do one? Do a quick one.
Bad.
Give it a real. It's like a release. Everybody, Dan, everyone, go on, go for it. Everybody, now go. See,
very good.
Isn't that good?
Alice hates that style of singing where they do the stuttering in the 50s. There's an Everly Brothers song, I think it's Everly Brothers, where he goes,
It's not, that's Buddy Holly.
It's Buddy, is it? Yeah.
Every day, it's getting closer. Yeah.
She hates that, but
I grew up on Buddy Holly. My God,
my dad was into
white rock and roll, and I know all the words to Buddy Holly songs.
I prefer the Everly Brothers, but I do like Buddy as well. But yeah, so Christine will be playing lots of 50s rock, and it's almost like Bumblebee, the Transformer, who speaks through the radio and plays songs that match the situation. Christine very cleverly will be doing that throughout this film. But yes, so we're on the assembly line. Bad to the Bone is playing. We're watching cars being built by hand mainly, because that's how it was back then. And we get very shiny, nice camera work here. And there's only one bright red car in the assembly line. Blood red, you might say, Gav. Blood red.
How did the car get haunted then?
Well, I don't know if it's even said in the book. It just is.
But just making for whatever reason, this car just turns somehow becomes alive and kills people for no reason at all.
Let's say that Charles Lee Ray's spirit goes inside it.
See, I'm finding flaws already.
And yeah, this one red car is evil, because the first thing we see it do is a guy puts his hand under the hood, and or bonnet if you're from the UK, and it crushes his hand.
I guess sometimes we watch movies, we get to the end of the movie and go, oh, we're not going to find out any reason why, then no, okay, cool. Which is a little sloppy from a novelist like Stephen King.
He might have said in the book, it's been a long time since I read it.
All right, well, it's not.
But it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't
I guess
matter.
Not. Okay.
Why does Michael Myers kill his babysitter? There we go.
I don't want to get into it.
Why does the shark kill people?
Hungry.
Oh, all right. Well, there we go. The car's hungry.
Okay.
But anyway, the first thing we see within the first few moments is a guy get his hand crushed under the bonnet, and the radio is playing lots of 50s rock. They take the guy away with a big bandage on his hand. He's like, oh! And then another guy gets in the car, and he's smoking a big cigar, and he drops some ash on the seat. Oh, Christine's not going to like that. And she doesn't, because the next shot we see is everybody's left. The assembly line's over. It's the end of the shift, but we hear the radio playing in one of the cars. I
don't want to keep going back to it, but it would have been nice, surely, to have had like something happen, and then, like Child's Play, the original, we see a transference to the doll. It'd be nice to actually have seen.
But I think it makes it spookier that we don't know why. Because when the guy who sells them the car tells them about his brother and his wife and kid who all died in the car, it just makes you think, well, why is this car so demonic? And they don't know what they're up against then. Whereas if they knew they were up against the spirit of somebody in the car, they would be like, oh, what's his, what's his weakness?
Why does the car later on, obviously towards the end, it's driving around being angry by itself, doing its own fucking thing? Why does it care about what people think or anything? Why does it just drive off down the road and start fucking killing anyone? Why does it hide out its true?
It's a vengeful spirit. It's a vengeful spirit. It's evil.
Right.
The thing about evil, Gav, is there is no reason. There is no reason. That's what makes evil really evil.
It does.
When there's no reason. When there's a reason, you're like, oh, well, maybe just give this guy a kitten and he'll be nice to people.
So we'll just go with that anyway. All right, cool.
So the guy that puts the ash on the car seat is found dead inside the car by the guy that runs the assembly line.
Mm-hmm.
And that is how we start things off. Then we cut to 1978. So this movie is set in 1978 through to early 79, because we go through Christmas and New Year throughout this film. And
it does with the car shots, the interior shots where it's driving along through the roads and the clothing, what they're wearing is, and just the way it's shot, it's Halloween.
Yeah.
It's Jamie Lee Curtis in the car with the other her buddies.
Well, we meet one of our two main heroes, if you will, Dennis, the jock. But he's a nice guy, he doesn't really want to play football, and he won't be able to after a while. And he gets girls throwing themselves at him, but he's a bit nervous about girls too. He's starting college, and he pulls up outside Arnie's house. Now, this isn't Arnie that you might think. This is nerdy. I'm tripping over stuff on the floor, spilling stuff everywhere, Rick Moranis style. Arnie, you silly little man, Arnie, isn't it?
Yep.
They're best friends. Don't know why.
It's a weird connection.
I think they've probably been friends since they were very young, and one of them grew up to be a handsome, strapping young man. The other one is a nerd, but they've stayed friends, and that's it. And you get the impression Arnie's parents are ashamed of him. That, oh, don't forget your packed lunch, Arnie. You're off to college. It's your first day at college today.
I don't think ashamed is not the correct word.
Oh, they are ashamed of him. They all the way through, they sort of berate him, and they won't basically treat him as a child, don't they? All the way through.
Okay.
Dennis is watching all of this from the car, like, oh my god. But then they get in the car, and he says to Arnie, "Well, we're starting college now, Arnie, and I think it's about time that we got you laid."
Yep, they talk about girls.
And Arnie's like, laid? He's clearly a virgin. He doesn't know what to do with it if it was in front of him.
Well, this has the classic, he wears glasses. He's obviously fucking a virgin and not cool. And then the glasses come off.
Well, they do once the cocaine hits or the car takes over.
This evening I was skating. Going back to this, though, this is quite amusing. Like, it's a certain, you might walk into a certain thing, and some people would go to a certain person because they might feel more comfortable with a certain person. So there I was skating earlier, and it was this underground car park which has been disused, and so there's loads of like teenagers smoking weed and doing shit in one corner. There's motorbikes going around. There's broken glass everywhere. There's loads of skaters, but there's different types of little groups of skaters, and they're all a lot younger. I'm the only one there who's 47 skating around with a beard and everything, They're all like sort of 17, 18 or whatever. And but this other kid came along, skater came in, and he wore glasses. And he came straight up to me. He's, "All right, how you doing?" Fist bump me, and I was like, "Is Axel wearing glasses?" Then my other mate turned up who's wearing glasses, and he came over to him, and there's all three of us standing there with all glasses. And I was like, "Is it like a thing you do? You sort of go towards someone, and you go, well, they're wearing glasses. I'll go towards them. They're probably safe."
People do treat you differently when you wear glasses. When I put my glasses on, I put them on. My eyesight's weirdly got a bit better over the last few years, but I do wear them occasionally. And when I do, I feel like people do treat me better.
Yeah,
it's weird. I don't know why. I don't know why that is.
And he's a really dope skater as well.
Good for him. Yeah, good for Arnie.
Yeah, it's good.
Well, they get to college, and we find out that Dennis is quite popular. He's got a lot of friends and girls that know him as well, girls that want to be with him. But he's a bit nervous about them still. We find out, he's not as good with the women as people think he probably is. And Arnie's having trouble with his locker, all the usual stuff. We get to meet the new girl, Lee, who's just arriving at college, and everybody's in love with her. Look at Lee, she's beautiful. Here she is. Oh, one day. A lot of unsavoury things are said. In fact, there's a couple of words in this that we won't be saying, that they say about homosexual stuff and stuff as well. But it was made in 82 probably, so we have to overlook these things a little bit. Buddy, though. Buddy and his friends. We meet Buddy, don't we?
We do.
Buddy is the 35-year-old child.
the guy who's like has been watching Grease too much and decided he's going to start a gang of his own, and he's even got his own little flick knife. And when he pulls a flick knife out on him, you're like, what are you doing? Like, what are you actually doing with your life? Go and do something right now. It's just set the scene.
Because Dennis is basically waiting to drive Arnie home, and he can't find him anywhere. And then somebody says, "Oh, I hear Buddy's got him cornered with his gang in the workshop." So he goes to the DIY class with all the machinery and stuff, and he walks in, and they've got they're surrounded him, and they've got his packed lunch, and they're throwing it around.
I like that. You start watching this going, what the fuck's up with it? I was like, because at first I was like, who's these guys, and who's that man? Why is he there doing this? I thought it was something else going on. Then it's like, he's the head buddy stealing the lunchbox from the kid. Like, what? Honestly, fire the fucking casting agent for this film, please.
His name's Arnie Cunningham, and they're like, "Oh, Cuntingham, is that your name?"
Oh, it's called Cunningham, which I thought was quite ahead of its time. He's called
Cunningham, but they call him Cuntingham. Yeah,
no, I know what's going on, Dan. I'm just saying, because you're saying the word cunt, I thought it was quite forward for the time.
It is, yeah, totally. It's probably the first time I'd heard it in a film when I watched this.
Yeah.
Dennis, though, not the biggest guy, but he's still a bit of a jock, and he does stand up for Arnie, and he says, "Come on, give him his lunch back."
Well, I think he's probably thinking, "Come on, dude, this is pretty low. Fucking try and stick up for yourself, and if not, like, you guys stop doing that because that's just fucking pathetic from all of you."
Well, they get into a bit of a scrap, and like you say, Buddy pulls out a flick knife, and it's like, okay, this just went from crushing someone's yogurt
to grease lightning,
to fucking slashing somebody up over a fucking lunchbox. Arnie's glasses obviously get stamped on. Dennis punches the main guy.
He's taking his lunchbox, his glasses get stepped on. Are you all 5 years old?
And then, thankfully, the teacher walks in and breaks up the fight.
The teacher must be like, "What are you doing? I'm literally your age and I'm teaching children. What are you doing?"
He says to them, "What's been going on here?" And they say, Dennis says, well, basically they were picking on Arnie. And he says, "Is this true?" And he's like, "No, it's not me." And he's like, "I don't believe you." And then he says, he's got a knife on him. And the teacher's, and Buddy looks really pissed off. And he says, "Is that true?" And he goes, "No, I haven't got a knife." And then he says, "Arnie, is it true?" And he says, "Yeah, he's got a knife on him." And he says, "Empty your pockets." And he says, "You can't make me, you fuck." And he says, "I can make you. I can just call the police." So he ends up showing him the knife, and he is in serious trouble. And he says, "Right, go to the office." And he sort of
35-year-old, go to the office.
He squares up to the teacher, and then he sort of says, "I'll make you pay for this." He says, "I'll make you pay for this, you fuckers," in front of the teacher. Like, you're not doing yourself any favours, mate. You've gone from saying you didn't do anything.
What is he possibly studying?
Murder.
How to interact with children.
Oh God.
when you're way older than you should be interacting with children.
That should be taken off the curriculum, that course.
Yeah, that course was popular with some people.
So Arnie sort of says, "Oh God, I'm going to be in trouble now because we basically dobbed in on the biggest bully in the world." And Dennis says, "Don't worry, I think it'll probably be all right." And he drives him home. He's got his glasses with a bit of tape keeping them together. You know, he's got that real look. He says, "Look, I heard Buddy and all of his friends got expelled. Don't worry about it. You know, you won't be seeing them again." And as they drive along, they see an old car in somebody's yard for sale. Bit rusty looking. And Arnie says, Stop, go back. What? This. And something about this car is like a mermaid siren to him.
So how? What? So he's feeling like this car's amazing because it's pulling him. But is Christine, the car, decided that guy there is going to do it and is pushing that magic out for him to pull on it.
Yes, you know, like victims are easy to be picked on.
Even though we don't know what the car is.
Yeah.
What the soul is or a ghost or anything. That's okay.
It's Stephen King's massive stash of cocaine.
Okay.
Inside.
I'm assuming he was on cocaine when he wrote this as well.
Probably. He did a lot of stuff on cocaine in the 80s.
Yeah.
Although he may have written this in the late 70s. I can't remember when the book was made.
I think cocaine was involved.
And this is where we meet LeBay, who is the owner of the car. And he says, "You like her? Her name's Christine." And he says, "Oh, she's beautiful. I'll give you anything you want for her. Whatever price you're asking's not enough."
His mate's like, "Whoa, slow down there, cowboy."
He's like, "You're not going to, you know." And he says, "Well, she's a beautiful car. She still works. She needs a lot of work."
To the point where his mate has to eventually go over to the guy selling it and say, listen, can you go easy on him? He's a bit stupid.
And he says, she was my brother's in 1957. He bought her then. He's dead now. But I'll get, and he says, "You give me $250. He's like, "All right, yeah, sure." Don't know where Arnie gets $250 from, but he's got it. And he buys Christine.
What, is he driving around just every day as normal with $250? And it's a coincidence and happy coincidence that he happens to have the exact amount, or does he carry around more than that generally?
Well, maybe he
in
says
1983.
To the guy, "I'll go home and get it, and then I'll come back to you." I don't know. We don't see that.
True. And I'm not trying to give negative to this film, by the way. I'm not.
But we see the first signs of his parents being unhappy about this, because at the dinner table he says, "Oh, by the way, I'm going to be getting my license because I bought a car."
His mum's a cunt.
She is.
I didn't come to this conclusion originally. I did later on in the film. It's like this dude's like getting a car he's going to try and do up. It's like a real good project. If that was me as a parent, as I am a parent of teenagers, I want to do this and do it up, I'd be like, fuck yeah, that's a great project for you to do. And then you'll be independent. Then you can go and get work further afield because you drive. Or
it's going to take... Yeah. Well, it's going to take months to do the car up as well, so you're going to be out of trouble.
Outside,
working hard.
Working on the car day and night. Like, yeah, I'd be like straight away. So I don't understand why what's in the mind of Stephen King, isn't it? But I don't understand why the parents have to be such cunts.
Well, it's because they're very possessive of their son. He's their only son, and they still want to treat him like a child.
So put him off the car because the car could potentially kill him, and that would take him away from them.
And he ends up
Is that where they're going at, do you think, with it?
I guess, maybe. He ends up swearing at them for the first time ever.
Is that... I have to be sometimes with my kids, cruel to be kind. I'll say stuff to them, but I'll explain afterwards. I love you to bits. I have to be this and be this shit and say this to you because I'm protecting you from da-da-da-da, and explain myself sometimes to them and stuff. That's just what they need to do, rather than just be a cunt and go, see, we've made that better. Not really.
Well, he says to them, just let me have this one fucking thing for once in my life. And they're like, you don't use language like that in this house.
Yeah, and like this bit here is okay, really, when you do it like that, because it's a nice part of showing sort of dynamics of characters and structures of what's going on. And it works quite well, actually, but yeah, they're cunts.
She ends up saying, you're not keeping the car at this house.
Again, why?
Which forces him...
Then that makes him go somewhere else and also be totally pissed off by the parents, which later on comes into fruition.
Yep. So he goes to the junkyard. There's a junkyard owned by Darnell, and it's basically a bit of a DIY, help yourself. You can do your car up here. You just pay for the parts as you find them in the junkyard, and it's going to be really next to nothing. You can just keep the car parked there. So he does that. He goes there, and we meet Darnell, and he's very foul-mouthed, swearing a lot. He says, I know a creep when I see one, and I'm looking at one right now. And he's always chewing on a big cigar. And then he says, I'll let you keep the car here, but if you make any fuck-ups at all...
Don't screw with me, yeah.
Yeah, and all this kind of stuff. He even says, no smoking. And Dennis sort of says, hey, what about those guys over there you're playing cards with? They're all smoking.
Interesting thing he's... Oh, yeah, sorry. Carry on.
No, that's it.
Interesting thing he says, though, is like, don't do those fumes again in here, because he drives the car and the fumes are fucking intoxicating.
Yeah, because there's no exhaust.
Yeah, you don't do that again. So how's he going to be able to know if he's... I guess he's just going to fix the car, obviously, and fix that problem. And when he turns it on, it again. Because I was just thinking, you're asking quite a lot, because he needs to test it. So the fumes are probably going to come again. So it's just because he ain't got an exhaust. Okay.
Yeah, he says to him... he actually says to him, don't run that again until you've fitted a proper exhaust.
Yeah. No, sorry. Yeah.
So yeah, it's all good. He's parked it there. We think it's all good anyway, but he lets them keep the car. Dennis drives him home, and he says to Dennis, he's already becoming a little bit spellbound. He says to Dennis, I'm going to fix her up. I'm going to fix her up real good. And Dennis sees him go home, and his parents are like, we've been worried sick about you. And Dennis just looks at his friend thinking, you are one sorry son of a bitch, man. I fucking feel sorry for you. Your parents are bastards, and this is all you've got, and they won't even let you do that. Like exactly as you said, just let them have this one thing, And there we go. So there's the sort of the scene has been set, really. And we get some shots now of Arnie working on the car night by night. He's doing little bits here and little bits there. And already he's not wearing his glasses, Gav. So the superpowers are infecting him. Their souls.
It's like Clark Kent and Superman.
Well, to me, it's like the car's got a soul, and the soul is starting to infect Arnie. And that's why he doesn't need his glasses. And that's why he starts getting a bit more of a swagger in his walk and his talk. He's just not wearing the glasses anymore. And Darnell comes over to him and says, like, you're doing a good job on this, kid, actually. You know, you've been working hard. I'm going to cut you a bit of slack. I think what I'll do is if you can sort of tidy up around the place, maybe put the toilet rolls on the new toilet rolls in the bathroom and, you know, just keep the place looking okay. Maybe unpack a few back boxes for us here and there. I'll let you just have anything you want for free. I might even pay you if you do a good job for some of the work you do. And he says, oh, thanks very much. You know, he's pleased with that. So things are starting to turn around for him a bit, you know. He's doing up the car. He's potentially going to be making some money as well. It's all good. It's all good. But he does seem like he's under a spell. Under a spell. Cut to the library. We've got Dennis and a couple of the other boys all daring themselves to talk to Lee, the new girl, the hot new girl. One of them makes a joke about a boner under the table. And they're talking. So he goes over and manages to go over and sit with Lee, and he says to her, do you like dancing? Do you want to come dancing with me? And she says no. He says, why not? Because I've already got a date. Dun, dun, dun. We later find out it's a date with Arnie. How did this happen? What? Arnie the Virgin? Later on, Dennis arrives at Arnie's house and catches him arguing with his parents, and this time he's arguing back. So Dennis is starting to notice little changes in his best friend. And he says to Dennis, I'm really sorry, I can't make our movie night tonight. I've got to go off and do something. And he goes off to work on Christine because he's obsessed. He storms off. Dennis and his mum are kind of left there together, and Arnie's mum says, I'm really worried about him. He's obsessed with this car. Isn't there anything you can do? And Dennis says, well, I'm really worried about him too, to be honest with you. I don't really see him anymore. He spends every night working on this car.
Why the fuck are you worried about him being obsessed by doing up a car? Surely obsessed with sucking cocks of homeless people. That might be an obsession that I'm a bit concerned about. You know,
I think Dennis is concerned because he's known him for a very long time and he sees a slight change in his personality. And normally, you know, Arnie would talk to him about everything, but he's just not talking to him anymore. He's gone off on his little own to do something, you know. So Dennis, because Dennis then has had this conversation with Arnie's mum, he goes off back to the owner who sold the car and says, you know, tell me about this car. What's going on with it? And he says, yeah, my brother killed himself in the car last year. He choked to death on carbon monoxide fumes, so we know that he killed himself in Christine. And he says he did that because his wife died in the car as well. So did his baby daughter. And it's like, fucking hell. So hang on a minute. A husband, wife and daughter have all been choked in this car. And now my friend's got it.
I just want to say I wasn't degrading homeless people just then. I wasn't. It'd be the first people I jumped at who it's a random thing.
Gav,
I just wanted to say
homeless people need their cock sucked just as much as a homeowner.
Yeah. I just felt maybe it's easier access. I'm not sure. I don't know.
No, that's fine. So yeah, we find out then that there's been a few deaths within this car. We also know that there were a few deaths on the assembly line when it was created at the beginning of the movie. So definitely something evil about this car. So that night, Dennis sneaks into the workshop and he sees Christine. And he looks at it and he's thinking, wow, he's doing a pretty good job on it, really.
I know. It's an honest fucking hobby. What's everybody's fucking problem with this? I don't understand.
But he tries to open the doors and the radio comes on, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You keep on knocking, but you can't come in.
Which is quite a comical song to come on, isn't it?
He freaks out, runs off.
Well, it gives him an indication that something's not completely right with this car. And there's obviously he realising his friend and his mum, the two people that are closest to him, see him frequently, haven't been seeing him frequently, and he's realising like this car has become obsessive to him, but there's more to it, and this has kind of just clarified that to him, that there's something sinister and maybe supernatural at play.
Indeed. Well, we cut to the fateful football game now. So, two big things happen at this football game. Well, three big things happen at this football game.
It's a very weird thing, but I think it must be because it's from a novel. It is very weird, but we will get to it.
So the big three things that happen at this football game is that Dennis is playing football. He's thinking about giving up football. He's not really into it. He, first of all, sees Arnie arrive with Christine, and his date comes over to him, who is Lee, the new girl that Dennis kind of asked out on a date. And this bewilders him, and he thinks, I don't understand. How is Arnie got the girl that I wanted? I normally get the girls. But he's not bitter about it. He's just really confused. So that's the first thing that happens. The second thing that happens is, whilst he's distracted, he gets taken out in an absolutely murderous tackle, which puts him in hospital for the next act of the movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Out of commission, and he's got no way to interfere in Arnie or Arnie's life at this point for a few weeks, probably, while he's in hospital, meaning Arnie can get up to all sorts. And the third thing that happens at this football game is Buddy and his gang see him pull up in this amazing car, and they're like, how has Cunningham got that car? And one of the gang says, I know where he keeps it at night.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's a very weird thing here. Well, for myself, the two main characters are not really into, like I said, I wouldn't mind it recast. And at this point here, it's a really weird thing. They're the only two friends of each other, where obviously Arnie's mind has become more of, I'm a bit of a dick and a bit more selfish, because he's, because in a normal world, you wouldn't do that to your mate.
This is the cocaine theory.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you make it sound more interesting than the film is. And that whole thing. So he looks there, then he's taken out, and he is the more likable one. Dennis is more likable than Arnie. Then Dennis is just out of it, and then I was like, oh no. And it's just with Arnie now, he's cool, and I don't know. I wasn't digging it.
Well, Arnie thinks he's cool in the same way that someone who's in the depths of a cocaine binge thinks they're cool as well. He's got this swagger. He believes his own hype. He's got the girl. He's got the car.
Should have just had a little thing at the beginning of this movie. This is actually about cocaine. The car is okay. Thanks. Or called the car Coke.
Well, maybe when they release an Arrow Blu-ray of it, I can do a little
edit
beginning bit and say at the beginning,
cocaine rather than Christine.
I'm Dan Bone of the podcast on Haunted Hill. You're about to watch the 1983 Stephen King penned, John Carpenter directed Christine. Bear in mind that this is an allegory for cocaine.
I think called it cocaine. So every time I say Christine, say cocaine.
Cocaine Bear.
Yeah.
Christine Bear.
Okay. But very quickly, sorry. Finding the film very odd points that things are happening, weird things. Do you know what I mean? It feels very clunky in a sort of way.
Would you
structurally
say
and what's going on and emotionally with the film? Do you know what I mean?
Would you say that the story's good, but it's not working as a film for you?
Yeah, the story and the idea is cool. I really like that idea, and the stuff in this I do like, but I feel it's a really weird, and I don't know if it's the mixture of obviously taking Stephen King's work, putting it to a film, and John Carpenter do it, but that shouldn't really be a thing. You can always make a screenplay from a book, and you have to adapt it for the screen, because things have to be slightly different sometimes. So I don't know, it's a weird thing, but I find the film, when he was taken out of it, I was just a bit like, oh man. And then for a long period, I haven't seen his, I thought about it, I haven't seen that other dude. I kind of didn't mind him too much, and now I'm kind of just stuck with this guy who I don't really like, and I'm having to watch it.
But
I like the haunted car.
This is what happens when cocaine meets pot, because Stephen King is cocaine and John Carpenter is pot.
Yeah.
And you get Christine.
I'm going to go with that, yeah. I think it's a joint lace with Coke.
Oh, I've been there. Jesus. Wasn't very nice.
I'm not gonna
everyone in the room laughing at me not knowing why, and then realising, oh, thanks for that.
I'm not going to comment on my endeavours.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, that's as much as I'll say. It wasn't It wasn't like the time I smoked crack accidentally.
Oh, okay. I was going to go that way, but yeah, okay.
We've all been there. Literally passed the joint, thought it was a joint, and then I was told it was crack, and I was like, oh, fucking great. There you go, listeners. I don't know if I've ever told that story in the 10 years of podcasting, but one time I accidentally smoked crack.
Yeah, I knew it was, though.
Fucking hell. We are terrible. And if you want to unsubscribe now or stop being a patron, we don't blame you.
It's only a one-time thing.
It's not like we're crackheads now. It's not the crackheads on Haunted Hill.
No.
That would be a different podcast. Yes, going back to the movie, Dennis is now in hospital for quite a long time. He's got very bad injuries. It's told he probably won't be able to play football again, which is fine because he wanted to quit football anyway. Dennis seems pretty cool about, as a good friend should be. He's like, so you're with Lee now then? And he's like, yeah, she's my girl. We kind of like each other. And the car's looking good, and I've got the girl, And he's just been really cryptic and not acting like Arnie. And then he kind of just leaves, and Dennis is left on the hospital bed, helpless. Like, well, what the hell's going on? Like, I love my friend. I don't mind that he's got the girl I liked, but he's just not acting like himself. It's weird. Cut to the drive-in movie theatre. And it's hammering down with rain.
What are you watching? I did think this is like, that must be so frustrating. But then as soon as you saw them, they're getting it on, hand jobs in the car. So you're not really watching the movie anyway. But for the people who go to watch a movie at drive-in, please let us know, listeners who have drive-ins, have been to them, frequented in your youth or do still. What happened when it was pouring fucking rain? Or just wipers on constantly?
Yeah, I know. And you can't really hear the movie that well over the little speaker that you get. And
well, you tune in on the radio station, don't they? You have a radio frequency.
You can hook up to. Some of them had speakers in their windows as well. Like in this movie, they've got a speaker you put through your window.
Because generally, there'll be a frequency you just tune into.
Yeah, I did one in Canada.
Does that mean if you live close by, you could tune in and just listen to a film?
Yeah, because the one I went to in Canada,
I've never been to one.
My friend told me that some of the people she knows who live close by sit on their roofs and they watch the movie.
Oh, cool. Not roofs of their car, roofs of their houses, yeah.
Roof of their house, and then they can tune in, and it's not always
that's fucking cool.
But yeah, they're tuned in on a little transistor radio.
There's a movie, isn't there? There's a movie with a dad with his kid and they got binoculars. It starts off at the beginning, they got binoculars on the roof watching it. It's an 80s film. What is that one? People,
you're right.
People are shouting at the podcast now.
Yeah, you're right. I can't remember what it is now. But yeah, so yeah, at this
Night of the Creeps. No?
Is it Night of the Creeps? I don't think it's Night of the Creeps.
Monster Squad.
Is it yes, it is Monster Squad. That's right. So yes, you're right. People aren't paying attention to this movie. Two of the people that aren't paying attention are Arnie and Lee, and Arnie is getting a little bit too rapey. He's got his hands all over Lee, and she thinks he's moving a bit too fast. And again, this is the cocaine / Christine in him. He's acting really boisterously. So she runs away from him. He catches up with her and says, like, "What? I'm sorry. I just thought, that's where tonight was going." And she says, "No, come on. I'm just, you're more obsessed with that car than you are me."
How long have they been together?
A few weeks.
It's just like, calm down, lady. I'm obsessed with the car. Yeah, we've been together just a small bit. Like, I'm not going to become obsessed by you. Just chill out. Calm down.
Well, he says to her, you shouldn't be jealous of a car. And sort of makes almost like you shouldn't be jealous of another girl. Well, they go back in the car and he gets out to fix, I think, a windscreen wiper that jams on Christine. But this is all Christine's plan, because whilst he's outside, he doesn't realise that Lee starts choking inside the car, which is how Christine has killed people in the past. They just start choking in the car, and then it locks all the doors. She's trying to get out. Finally manages to climb out the door. A guy comes over, gives her the Heimlich maneuver, and he drives her home.
Arnie thinks, though, he's fucking, don't touch her. He gets funny about it.
Get your damn hands off her. That's a Back to the Future reference.
Yeah, she's taken home. They argue a bit.
Yeah, they argue at the door.
The car.
She blames the car.
Yeah, then after this, we've got some shots of the car in the rain. It looks fucking gorgeous.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
It's shot so nicely. And these are the little bits of the movie I go, oh, that looks so nice. But it's mainly shots.
Well, Arnie is upset that he ended the night with an argument. And as he's driving, Christine stalls. The car just stops dead. And he sort of says, oh, I'm sorry, come on, it's me and you to the end, baby. And he restarts the car. Go on. And the song comes on, I love you like I do. Why do I love you like I do? And he's like, oh, yeah, you're back.
We don't know what this is in the car. We don't know if it's a soul or anything. We're assuming it's a soul somehow just appeared in the car. But we also know it's insecure as well.
Yes.
It needs reassurance.
Yes, it's jealous, I think, more than anything.
It's like, okay, yeah. So this does explain, cocaine does explain a lot of this stuff now, Dan.
I'm glad you.
It doesn't make me like the movie anymore, though. Does
it make you like cocaine anymore?
I don't know. No, not really. No.
Well, he's happy that Christine restarted. He drives it back to the junkyard. And then he leaves to go home. It was a very good indication of us, obviously, for us to show that he has a connection with the car, and they both are both connected to each other, and it's fairly mutual. I feel like, and there's one of my notes later that really emphasises this, but I feel like their souls are becoming intertwined. He's becoming possessed by whatever it is, the soul or whatever it is. But he parks the car up, leaves, and who sneaks in, Gav?
Just as he's going, just as he drives the car in, he drives around to the right. It's a fairly big double doorway for probably large vehicles. All the gangs, the 35-year-old gang members, all go in and go around to the left because they've got nothing better to do to go in and smash a car up, which I suppose for them is kind of fun. It's violence and they're bashing things. But again, you're too old. Go do something else.
Yeah, they sneak in and they've got sledgehammers.
When I was 35, I was well away at being a dad. Do you know what I mean? It's like, go do other things. Find other things to do.
Can you imagine how fun this scene was to shoot?
Oh.
John Carpenter gives you all sledgehammers and says, right, just go to town on this car.
I was thinking I wouldn't have mind smashing it up. Just to smash it up. No, nothing bad about the car or anything. I'm not really into 1950s cars. I'd rather more 70s cars, but like American ones. But smash it up would have been fun as fuck.
Yeah. Well, they smash it up. They slash the seats as well.
Do you reckon they're all on coke when they smashed up as well?
Oh yeah.
Go wild, guys! I don't think that's John Carpenter though.
And the radio comes on, but one of them smashes the radio as well. And yeah, we know that they've done some damage here.
They all look at like excited 10-year-olds at a birthday party
with a piñata.
Yeah,
but it's not a piñata; it's a car. In the morning, Arnie says to Lee, "Look, I'm not going to get Christine today, but I do need to pop in to get my wallet. I left it inside the glove box. So let me just go in, get my wallet, and then we'll go on a lovely date. And it will just be me and you today, I promise." So she says, "All right, go on then, let's go." And as they approach the car inside the covered sort of shed where it is absolutely destroyed. Every window, every mirror is broken, the tyres are slashed, the seats are slashed. We even find out that one of them took a big shit on the dashboard, don't we, Gav?
Right, okay. Question.
I knew you'd want to talk about this.
Oh, come on. The car up there, you've got the window at an angle. We're looking at 45-degree angle coming out. How do you squeeze your arse in there to get a dookie on that dash?
Well, there's two ways of doing it, in my opinion. One of them is you either stand on the...
How are you so quick at responding to this, though?
One of them... I've been there. One of them is...
Have you been, losing sleep thinking about it?
I think one of them is you either stand on the driver's seat and put your bum over the steering wheel, or you can stand on the passenger seat and put your...
No, the angle's too tight. You're not getting an arse in there.
You need to lean back a bit.
There's no way you're getting an arse in that.
What they probably did was, because they smashed the windscreen, stand on the hood and just shit through the windscreen onto the dashboard.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's more wrong. It's more of a flat windscreen, isn't it? It goes more upwards, doesn't it? More like 90 degrees. I'm thinking of English cars, which are 30, 45 degree angle. All right, you might be able to get your ass up there. I was wondering.
All right, you might be able to get your ass up there. Do a big shit on the dashboards.
It made me think about it for a little while in the film.
I'm glad. I'm really glad. He is obviously devastated, and
he's
when
a dick to his lady.
Lee comes over and says, "Oh my God," he says, "Don't touch me, and don't you touch her. Leave us."
Goes home, blames his mum. If it was in the get out the front here, it would have been all right. Which is a valid point. Yes, let your son fucking have the car. Now he hates you even more because you're trying to protect him. What?
They say to him, "Look, what we'll do is, because you're so upset, we'll
buy you another car.
We'll buy you another car." And he says, "Fuck you." He actually says, "Fuck you. I'll fix her and I'll show you all." His dad follows him out and says, "Don't you talk to your mother like that." And he grabs his dad around the throat.
He does go, "One of them even shit in the car, Mum."
Yeah, he does. He tells her straight.
And then my mind started going again. How do you do that?
Well, he throttles his dad and says, then he gives him a little fake slap on the face and says, "Yeah, that's what I thought, big man. Back off, leave me alone." And you're thinking, Jesus, man, the cocaine / Christine's soul in this guy, he's having to go to his parents now. It's crazy.
I did also look at the time and think, oh my God, it's only halfway through. This is your midpoint turn. I was like, oh my God, there's another 50 minutes still.
But, Gav, now cut to...
This is the part of the movie I like.
The special effects.
It's hunting them down.
So he goes back to see Christine at night, and he's sort of talking to her like, "Oh, I'm so sorry about what they've done to you. We'll get through this together." And one of the tires seems to move a bit, and he sort of thinks, "That's strange." And then he sort of goes with it because he's already under the spell, and he knows that there's something happening here. So he just stands in front of it, and he says to Christine, "Okay, show me." And she just repairs herself, and it is a brilliant effect, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Obviously, reverse photography. I think it's hydraulics pushing the car.
Hydraulics, some reverse, and some fake metal where they would pull it and pop it back out.
Yeah, you would be able to do stuff with like suction pads and stuff as well, I expect. I didn't look into it, I should have done.
But all the tyres basically reinflate, and I've written this, and I hope it makes sense. It's like Christine is fully revealing herself to him properly, and it's like a striptease, but in reverse, because it's putting itself back together rather than stripping itself down. Does that make sense? So it's kind of like it's doing a striptease for him, but in reverse,
I guess.
And he's just watching in awe, like, I knew there was something magical about this. I knew it.
See, I think this movie starts off with a scene where straight away the car's been fucking maybe driving itself with no person in it, kills someone, and then for whatever reason maybe it gets smashed up or something. Then he finds the car, discovers it, gets in the car, starts doing it up, and pricks his finger on it, shit, or something, do you know what I mean? That sort of thing. And then all of a sudden there's this bonding happens, and then he becomes cool, and we could have cut out so much movie. Then the buddies get pissed off that he takes the girl when it was the buddy's girlfriend, right? So they smash up his car. It then turns into a revenge thriller for the rest of the movie. That would have worked for me.
Maybe it is because the first thing that happens is Christine's hood shuts on that guy's hand and it gets a taste for blood.
Yeah,
maybe. I don't know.
But either way, that would have worked for a movie of me. Cut out most of that first half.
Either way, Christine repairs herself in a magical, glorious special effects sequence.
Yep.
And later on,
looks really good.
Later on, we see one of the gang guys just walking along on his own, and he hears a radio playing, and he thinks, is that Cunningham in his car? He says, "Cunningham, is that you? Are you mad? You're not mad, are you?" It's like, oh my God, you smashed this guy's car up and shat on his dashboard. Of course he's going to cross. He's going to be a little bit miffed.
It wasn't me that did the shit.
I just slashed the tyres. I didn't shit.
I did a peep in the boot, though.
But the radio comes on, and he can't see, and we as an audience member don't know if Arnie is even in there because you can't really see. So this could well be Christine acting on her own. She moves very slowly. This is the shots you like with the POV of the car.
This is where the movie's good, man.
And all of a sudden speeds up, sort of runs him off the road a bit. He dives over the sort of middle part of the that separates the lanes, and then it turns around, chases him over a fence into an alleyway, and it's a dead end.
This is great. So you got a bird's eye view of the alleyway, and we can see this guy standing there, and this car can't get in because it's not wide enough. So what does it do, Dan?
Well, again, you get the sense that this is like an animal.
This is like a shark
or a bear. You know, if you're trapped in a little
just keep
hole
on
with a
going
bear.
and push through it anyway.
We've seen this with like a T-Rex
So the
and
car
stuff in the
just
Jurassic
squashes
Park.
it. Yeah, sorry for talking in.
No.
The car just squashes both sides and just pushes in, and it's fucking. It looks so cool.
Yeah, and it squishes this guy dead.
And I'm loving the movie here. I'm like, this is fucking great. Why is the rest of the movie not like this?
We cut to Dennis in the hospital, and Arnie wakes him up with beers. Again, he's not acting himself. He's acting all cokey and confident. And he says,
I was quite happy. It's like, great, we're back to this guy again. He's slightly more likeable than that guy.
He says, did you hear what happened to that guy that bullied? He said, yeah. He's like, let's drink to him. Another piece of shit wiped off the face of the earth. And Dennis is like, whoa, this is a guy that died, man. Like, calm down a bit. And he says, oh, by the way, Christine's up and running again, and it's all good. And Dennis says, wow, that's fast work. You know something? I bet it was Buddy and his buddies that did that to you. And he says, yeah. He says, what if they do it again? And Arnie says, they won't. And then he just leaves.
He leaves with his black shirt, his black leather waistcoat.
He's looking all cool now, James Dean style.
So cool.
Back at the school, Arnie gets into Christine.
No, outside, the detective's there.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
I thought it was outside the hospital, so that's why.
Oh, is it the hospital? I
thought it was when he came out of the hospital, but it could be the school, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It don't matter.
Either way, Harry Dean Stanton shows up, doesn't he, Gav?
Yeah.
Smoking cigarettes, being a detective.
He's he's on his radar now, this kid is, and this guy's been killed, and he's not implying, but he's just sort of saying, like, you guys were not like friends, so where were you? What are you doing?
He also says
he checks his car as well.
It's never said, but the reason he asks about the colour red is because I'm sure that they probably found red scratches all up the alleyway and probably on the body of the guy as well.
Well, first thing, like, they're going to ask kids at school, did he have any enemies or was there any altercations? And they'd just seen these altercations going on with these two and the gang. But I presume they probably bullied most people, to be honest with you. I bet he's got loads of people who want to fucking hurt him, not kill him, but...
Well, there's a really good exchange here where Harry Dean Stanton is sort of saying to him, I heard they totaled your car. I mean, you put it back together pretty fast and you've done a great job. I can't even see where you've done the work. Can you show me? And he says, yeah, there's a little bit here and a little bit here. But, I've done a good job. He says, I heard that they smashed it to pieces. I heard one of them took a shit on the dashboard. And he says...
I get a laugh every time.
And he says, yep. Well, how did you get rid of that? He said, shit cleans up.
He gets a bit cheeky and says it's not, get off my back. It's not against the law to fix his car up, which it isn't. But at this point here, the whole time through this movie, I said I don't like the characters that should be recast. At this point here, when he's a bit cheeky with a detective back and forwards, it's a good bit of John Carpenter play here and directing. And he comes across the character, he's like, yeah, okay, as a bad guy, I kind of, at this point here, just this point where he's cheeky detective, it's not bad acting, I don't mind it. So I'd almost feel like this, if he had to have him more like this from the get-go almost. But not be the good guy, though, that's the thing.
After his comment about shit cleans up, the detective says to him, did you hear about the boy then that was killed? We found him cut in half. He was crushed and cut in half. And he says, oh, well, I suppose you have to do what you do with shit and shovel that up too. And he says, you're a bit cheeky. And he sort of revs his car and he says, I've got my eye on you, like you said. He's on his radar. And he just says, get off my back, and drives off.
We cut to the 35-year-old gang members buying red wine. what is going on with these guys? Why are they buying red fucking wine?
Red wine, mate.
What are they doing? He's walking around like he's at a grocer's flick knife, 35-year-old, taking people's lunches, buying red wine.
He likes a nice Merlot when he's driving around in his car.
I am quite surprised when they're pre-producing the film. Go, okay, these are the characters. Let's get their arc. Okay, let's cast this guy. He looks like he's 35, and they drink red wine. No.
Just before that scene where they're buying the booze,
shouldn't they be smoking cigarettes and drinking beer?
Just before that scene, Arnie does call on the phone. He calls Lee, and he says, "I need to see you." And she says, "Well, I don't really know if I want to see you anymore." And out of the blue, he just goes, "Well, fuck you, you bitch! I don't want to see you." And then he hangs up on her.
Cocaine.
And he can't really understand why he's just done that.
Cocaine.
Exactly.
Okay, it's more interesting when you said that.
But red wine driving.
Are the gang... Hang on, let's get back to this quickly. Are the gang, they've bought this bottle of red wine, are they going to then go sit
down
somewhere?
Is it red wine? Or is it whiskey?
It's a wine shop and they've got a bottle of wine. Are they then opening up and just pouring each other a glass? Do you want some more Chianti?
They're drinking out of the bottle as they drive.
The first time I ever drank red wine, went to party, didn't know the etiquette. I was drinking red wine out of the bottle.
What a lad.
And someone said to me, I've never ever seen that before, and I got fucked. Don't drink anymore. So.
Well, they're driving around in the car and they realise that the car behind them has got the headlights on really bright, and they're getting pissed off with this guy. He seems to be following them for a while, and they sort of just flip him off, and then they stop the car and they said
that's very quickly. They're going along and they go at the car, the exterior shots. The car goes around the course really fast. You cut to those guys and they're like, yeah, just move a little bit left, a little bit right. It's like, come on, give us a bit more.
So they stop their car quickly, which makes the car behind them stop, and then they reverse at the car, and then they drive off. But the car then chases them. So they drive really, really fast to get away, and they pull into a gas station because they're going to pick up their buddy that works at this gas station as well, so he can come and drink some Merlot with them. Because it's Merlot night for the boys. But Christy, he gets out and he goes, "Some asshole's chasing me, and I hope he doesn't come in here because I'm going to have to fuck him up." Well, sadly, Christine does come in. She runs over the Ghostbusters guy.
Yeah.
Then crashes a car, so petrol or gas starts leaking everywhere. Then a fire starts, which causes a big explosion.
This all looks fucking amazing.
This moment where Christine is on fire. Wow.
How good is this?
I put this up there with that moment where Jason has stood on top of the sideways camper van when it's on fire and he's just stood there. Yeah. This is up there with that.
This looked incredible. So again, like, wow, this is so good. I'm gutted it's in this film. Or why can they not just cut this film down and just have more of this? This is so good, you know.
So setting the scene, we've got a car on fire.
It looks so good.
Driving along, chasing this 35-year-old teenager, and he's on foot and he's running.
And it just chases him, runs him over while he's on a flame. While it's in flames, the car. It looks just so good.
And he's left there. There's just this body. Not only has it been run over and crushed, it's also on fire now.
Yeah.
It's just led there in the middle of the road.
Boom, boom, and goes over it. Fucking so rad. And I don't really like this movie, but I'm saying these scenes are fucking incredible.
Yeah. I've put here, it leaves him dead and burning.
Indeed.
Back to the junkyard, and Darnell, the owner, has stayed late. He's probably having a few too many whiskeys, smoking an extra cigar.
Knocking one out.
He's probably found a copy of Playboy. Oh, yeah. That was my impression of him, not me saying.
That was a impression of you discovering pornography for him to masturbate over.
Yeah. Just get another cigar here. But he sees the doors open to the garage, and he thinks, oh, who's this coming in this late? And Christine drives herself in, absolutely burnt to a crisp. And he thinks, what the fuck is going on here? So he sneaks over, he gets his gun, and he sneaks over to the car. He opens the door, and there's no one in there, Gav.
Dun, dun, dun.
So he gets in, and he's sort of looking around at this completely burnt car. Then the radio comes on. The door slams.
He sits in it.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Drunk.
He sits in it, and then the chair moves forward, and he gets squashed between chair and steering wheel. I don't understand.
It's crushing his face exactly where the poo was on the dash. There might have been a little speck left.
Probably was.
Eat shit, Darnell.
What do you reckon the car did when it was sorting itself out? What it did to the poop? We didn't see that.
No, we didn't see it sort of shake the poo off, did we? Sucked it back in and fired it out of the exhaust.
Don't know.
The morning, Arnie is fucked in the morning because he gets there in the morning and the car is swarming with detectives, including Harry Dean Stanton.
Well, it says to him, your boss was shot. Your boss shot himself in the car.
Yeah, we find your boss in the car with a shotgun. He's dead.
Which does make him not look that guilty because he ain't just turned up. So it's kind of, at least it makes him not look completely like.
But then he says, also, 3 other people turn up dead last night as well. Buddy and 2 of his cronies. Where were you last night? He's like, I was at home. He's like,
honest, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, he says he says something about I was unloading boxes or something. He says, well, have you got the receipts? And he says, no, I don't. Actually, this time he does have a receipt to prove what he was doing. But basically, there's now 4 deaths linked to Arnie, and he hasn't really got a very good alibi. Then we see Lee phoning Dennis, and says, look, I want to come over and talk to you about Arnie in the car.
About
Arnie
and the cocaine addiction.
Yep. So she comes on over and she says, look, this is a Christmas scene because there's a little Christmas tree in the background. And she says, look, I'm afraid for Arnie. You know, I'm worried that he'll hurt me. He'll hurt you. He'll hurt himself. And Dennis says, well, look, come here. And he hugs her. And he doesn't make a move on her. He could have done it. And in another film he would have done, but he doesn't. And he just...
Even though his mate fucking stole her from him anyway.
Yeah, so they hug, and she says to him, Dennis, it's the car. I truly believe that it's the car. And Dennis actually says, you know what? I think it is.
It's the cocaine. I think it's the cocaine.
So he says, I'll tell you what, though. I'm going to Arnie's for New Year's Eve tomorrow night. It's a tradition. I always go there. It'll be me, his mum and dad, and him. And we do it every year. I'll go there. I'll get him on his own, and I'll talk to him about this cocaine, this car. So later on, Christine arrives with Arnie driving, and he picks up Dennis. Yeah, you got crutches. Aha, you're working them really well. He's being all mean and horrible to his friend. The tables have turned a bit, you know. And Lee is hiding behind a tree watching this unfold. And she's like, oh, God, I hope he can talk to him. They drive off and they drink beers as they're driving. And he says to Dennis, will you toast to me? It's going to be 1979. Let's toast that 1979 is the year that all the shitters of the world get wiped off the face of the planet. And he's like, I'm not going to toast to people dying, Arnie. This is not right. And he says, watch this. And Arnie takes his hands off the steering wheel. And the car sort of carries on driving. He says, that's perfect alignment. These old cars, they've got perfect wheel alignment. They just drive in a straight line. Arnie starts getting scared. And he says, you don't have to worry about anything, Arnie. As long as you stick with me, you'll be all right. As long as you stick with me. Basically says, threatens him, but not threatens him. And Dennis actually has tears in his eyes. And that's why I love the characters in this, because Dennis has got tears in his eyes at this point. He's really scared. He's just been threatened. And Dennis says to Arnie, look, we care about you. And he's talking about, you know, we're worried about you. We just want the best for you. And Arnie thinks he's talking about him and Christine. And Dennis is like, no, I'm talking about me and Lee. Not you in the car, you and Lee. And he says, look, what me and Christine have got is love. Beautiful, unstoppable love. And with me and Christine as a team, we can do anything. Watch this. And he drives crazy all over the place. And Dennis gets out of the car, and that's the end of that, really. And Dennis it's been confirmed. Arnie is fucking mental, and this car is making him act mental. So the next day, he scratches a message on the hood of the car, doesn't he, Gav?
The film again now is kind of gone slowed down. I know it was I know you can't always be up and stuff, but it was so great a minute ago, and it's kind of just gone back down to it's these guys again and their dynamic of their relationship. Yeah.
Well, Dennis wants to get his attention, so he scratches the words "Darnell's tonight" on the hood of Christine. Basically, he's going to go there with Lee. They break in ahead of Arnie and Christine, and they're going to get a bulldozer and fight Christine, the haunted car, with a bulldozer. And the movie kind of does sort of become a little muddled, in my opinion, now for the last 15 minutes. But
there's a clear goal, but it's like this movie as a clear goal, but it's just a very muddled way of doing it. This
is the pot version of the cocaine now, because the guy that's on the pot, the John Carpenter, is now getting a little bit rambly, and he's been talking about the same thing over and over again. It's a JCB. The JCB is going to fight the car. Whereas
it
before
should
it was
be
like,
really straightforward. We can know what's going to happen, and it just you're right, yeah.
But essentially, what happens is there's a bit of a scrap between Dennis driving the JCB. Lee gets injured. There's an amazing shot where Christine's damaged by crashing into a wall. And it looks like she's got teeth, the way that the bonnet is all smashed and jagged. It looks like she's got a mouth with teeth, which is awesome. Dennis uses the JCB firstly to protect Lee, then to fight, and then ultimately crush Christine underneath the weight. She keeps preparing herself right before their eyes. Arnie jumps out of the windscreen. He's got glass in his stomach, and he actually dies. So Arnie gets killed. You'll be pleased, Gav. You didn't like him very much. He's dead, which is again something you don't see very often. It's normally a redeeming.
So this is really odd now. So then we got this. The heroes then is going to be that guy and that girl, but he was earlier taken out of it for such a long time, while the other one was then. It's such a weird movie. It really is.
While they're crushing Christine and she's trying to regenerate, but she can't, the radio's playing "Rock and roll is here to stay, rock and roll," and it's basically trying to say, she's like, I'm here to stay, and she tries to repair, but she can't, and they end up crushing Christine into a cube of metal.
It's quite anticlimactic.
And just like the weird detective that turns up at the end of Bride of Chucky, Harry Dean Stanton turns up and goes, well, no one's ever going to believe this story, but you two are heroes anyway. And it's like, yeah, okay, this haunted car killed your buddy and a bunch of other guys, but we're all going to believe it, and that's fine. And then they hear some 50s music playing, but it's just a guy with a radio. And then they say, I hate rock and roll. And we have a close-up on the cube of scrap metal, and one of the bits of metal just gives a little wiggle like that.
It does.
And that's the end.
Yeah, I think this needs someone to go over this movie and give it another edit. Sorry. Sure. I know you love it.
I do.
Yeah. So I like your analogy of cocaine, though. That kind of helped with the film, but it needs a proper edit.
In the last couple of years, like I said, it's floated around close to, and sometimes is in my top 3 Carpenter movies. It's up there, and in a couple of years it will be back down into the top 10 probably. That's why I love John Carpenter, because I love all of his films.
Fair enough. I think that's crazy, but you also think it's crazy that I don't like it.
Yeah, but then you'd only seen it once before,
Yeah.
And that's just the way it goes sometimes.
But then the couple of shots of the car on fire chasing the guy down's fucking incredible.
Yeah.
So,
and,
don't know.
At the back of the day, Stephen King meets John Carpenter. You can imagine the hype about this movie coming out,
Yeah, I'm wondering, it would be nice to know the background a bit. Was after The Shining was just before this, assuming.
Yeah, that was probably filmed in 79, wasn't it, The Shining?
Right,
this was probably filmed in 82.
At this point, he's going to be a little bit more protective about what comes out, and probably when these people approach him in studios, he's like, yeah, but in my script I want more of like my say and more of my script in it, or whatever his terms are. I assume that's what he did.
Well, he trusted Carpenter, because they were friends, they were in that circle.
Yeah.
So he trusted him, and the Carpenter felt he owed it to him, which is probably why the movie runs a bit too long.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of bowing down to him a little bit, and obviously it's a bad experience or unpleasant experience of how he deemed The Shining, Kubrick Shining.
And funny enough, Gav, one of the bits of trivia is that it was shot in the same neighbourhood that Halloween was shot in, which is why you got that vibe from it, you know?
Well, it's just the driving shots. So let's assume he's in the haze of cocaine as well, because then after this, I guess he goes and makes his own Maximum Overdrive.
Yeah.
Where he thinks, like, fucking, he is the shit, and it's like, no, you just made shit. Yeah. I just feel like this movie needs to have a relook, a little bit of a polish.
Fair enough.
I'm sorry. I'm going to give it a thumbs down and not recommend it. Oh God, sorry.
Kevin Bacon was going to play the lead Dennis in this, but ended up going to make Footloose instead.
Okay. I would have really, really preferred Kevin Bacon in this.
Fair enough. You know what my thoughts on Kevin Bacon are? I love a bacon sandwich.
Yeah, I know you do.
But look, I give it a thumbs up. Obviously, I recommend it. I love it. That's why I chose it. I do love all of Carpenter's films, even Vampires and Ghost of Mars. I've got time for anything he does because I love his work. But there we go. That was Christine. Now, it's time for a bit of World of the Strange, and Bill Murray is...
he turned up while we were recording, by the way, just the last segment.
In a 1957 Plymouth Fury, which I don't know where the Uber driver got that from, but I like that he's keeping in theme with the episode. Thank you, Bill. He has
got a thong in his mouth and a bottle of whiskey, so that must have been the dance club he went to.
Interesting. He's drinking Dan Aykroyd's vodka there.
Oh, yeah, it's the crystal one. Have you ever had some?
I have, yeah. I've had some of that. Yeah, interesting. Well, Bill, if you'd like to lead us into World of the Strange, you strange man, and we'll go from there, really.
Hi, welcome back to World of the Strange.
World of the... It's a strange world. Strange world. We're here. Thank you, Bill. Taking time out of your Ghostbusters Frozen Empire promotional tour in strip clubs by the looks of it.
It's incredible that studios allow in his contract to him to participate in this the podcast on Haunted Hill. Almost if I have a podcast, huh?
He's been doing this for 10 years, though. He's contractually
written
obliged.
into contracts now when he makes movies.
So I've got a list. We've just talked about Christine, a car with a mind of its own, a haunted car, and I've got a list of spooky cars and vehicles to go through with you, Gav. These are all...
Oh, it's not even Halloween!
These are all real-life tales as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll jump straight in. The first one is called The Jumping Car of Cape Town.
Africa, then?
Yeah, South Africa, yeah.
It's not just a cool car of suspension.
No. One quiet night in Cape Town, South Africa in 2004, a family was asleep after hosting a dinner party for some friends. They awoke in the middle of the night to the sound of a car engine. They thought their Renault Megane, not a cool car, was being stolen, and the family rushed out onto the driveway. There was no one there, but something much more intimidating was happening. The car was jumping off the ground, up and down and up and down. There was no one inside it, and then the engine switched off. They checked the vehicle, inspected it, couldn't find any keys in the ignition. The handbrake was still on. They called the police. The police arrived and thought, this is probably a joke, isn't it? But the same thing happened when the police arrived. The car's engine switched on and off, and it jumped up and down several times off the ground. 9 people, including 2 police officers, witnessed the car start on its own and jump off the ground. But Renault, who issued a statement, said that they're certain it was a faulty starter motor.
That would probably make sense.
But why would the car jump off the ground?
But what are we saying, though? When was this?
2004.
Okay. Before the advent of the smartphone in 2010, with the video in your pocket, video recorder. Don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's a ghost car. Why is the ghost car jumping though? This is what when people have these ghost experiences, I'm always just like, but why is the ghost just going to push that cup for a bit? Why the fuck's it care? Why
is it going to open the cupboard doors? Why?
Well, it don't give a shit. Why is it doing it for you? It don't care. Think a bigger picture here.
Is it trying to communicate with you?
We just got a really fucking sad, boring ghost.
Maybe it was a House of Pain fan and it like jump around.
If we're getting back to the car, then maybe. Let's just go with that.
Okay. Well, the next on the list is President Kennedy's limousine, a Lincoln limousine.
It would have been a great promo for House of Pain, though.
It would have been.
Sorry, say again.
President Kennedy's Lincoln limousine.
Okay.
So the car, the limousine, which President John F. Kennedy was fatally... Yeah, he's fatally shot during his visit to Dallas in Texas. So
what? Yeah, interesting. Did that car go to a museum? What happened to it?
Well, yes, it's in a car. It's in a museum.
It's in a car? In another car? In a car?
Well, funnily enough, the car was actually kept in service and used for several more years after President Kennedy's death.
Really? I thought they would have taken it out of service and put that as a museum piece.
It is now in the museum, yeah. It's in the Henry Ford Museum in Michigan.
Imagine the first person that's next to there. Right, we're going to get in the car. What car have I got today? It's picking me up. Oh, it's the JFK one. Oh, really? Where do I sit? Where is shot, actually? You got to sit there.
Just there.
Where's my children sit? Oh, they're next to you, but it's all right. There's no blood now. We've got it cleaned up. Why take the car out of service, you cheap cunts?
Well, visitors to the museum to visit the car have reported several spooky happenings. Most people report a feeling of a supernatural presence around the car. Almost a force pushing them away from the car.
Yeah, but they're looking for it.
People have said they've seen a grey man standing near the car who vanishes when they look the other way.
I do like this, though.
And some skeptics have labelled the grey man as a trick of the light because of the positioning of the windows in the museum.
Oh, okay.
But sightings of him increase every November around the anniversary of the shooting.
We've not got any video footage of it?
No, we don't.
Oh, okay.
This is just a little spooky tale for you.
I like it. I still think they should have taken that car out of service quicker, though.
Yeah, I'm not happy. We wouldn't be happy about it. They must have had another limousine they could have got.
That's what my question would be. What limo's picking me up this morning?
It's the president.
That one. It's like, why? Yeah, why can I have another limo? Why? Because the last guy who did the job I'm doing was shot in the head there.
Well, hang on. Firstly, the reason I'm asking for another car is I'm the fucking president, so I can ask for what I want. We've got the entire US, budget at our disposal. I'm just asking for another fucking car.
Just another car, anything.
Just get me a taxi. Let's move on to the next story. This one is President Lincoln's funeral ghost train.
What's up with all the president's cars? Are we going to have one day a President Trump spooky helicopter?
Jesus Christ. What, when he tripped up and fell down the steps? Or was that Biden? They think they both did it, actually.
I don't know.
Okay, so imagine this. You're driving down the highway in New York at night, and you notice a cloud of thick black fog swirling around beside you. A ghostly train emerges from the fog and overtakes you. It doesn't make any noise, and inside you can see skeletons, soldiers in uniforms, but they're skeletons, and there's a coffin in there. Then the train disappears into the distance, but there's no railway tracks because you're on the road. There's no sign of the train, and when you finish your journey and you pull up home, the clock's changed, and you've lost 6 minutes. You've just seen President Abraham Lincoln's funeral procession 150 years after he was assassinated.
What? At one point I thought you said frogs overtook you.
Fog?
Oh!
Frogs.
I was wondering why frogs were involved. It completely threw me off course on this.
So allegedly, President Lincoln's funeral train recreates his final journey between Washington and Springfield every April.
But it's just a train going.
It's a ghost train.
Yeah.
You're on the road.
Yeah, it's not like a procession of people walking through the road.
No, it's the train with all the skeletons on it, and people say they've seen the coffin.
What, like,
sometimes
like having a party.
Well, that it's a funeral,
Oh,
so they're all sort of fucking hell. Lincoln's dead. Woo, woo, woo.
Why?
People say they hear the ghost whistle sometimes as well.
But why would these ghosts be doing this? Why would they all, when they died, like, I'm gonna be a ghost probably somewhere, or my soul's gonna be chilled. No, I'm a ghost back on a train when I was at a funeral. Like, what? Why am I here as a spirit? It's a weird place to be.
It is.
Did they all die in a massive car crash or in a train crash? Why would they all be there then?
Because I don't know. I'm just telling you that people have seen this and they've heard the train
Oh,
whistle.
I'm not expecting you to give me answers to these, Dan. I'm going to be throwing all sorts at you.
I'm just going to say Brad Dourif again. He's my go-to answer for a lot of these questions.
All right. I watched the X-Files the other day of Brad Dourif.
Brad Dourif. Okay. Let's move on to the next one then. This is the Silver Arrow subway train.
No presidents.
In Stockholm. In a subway, late at night.
Okay.
There's said to be a ghostly vehicle on the tracks. It stops at random stations at unpredictable times.
Can you get on it?
Well, let's see. Because it may be what you think is the last train, some people do get on it, and then they vanish.
Yeah?
It's a clean train. There's no adverts on it or posters, and there's no graffiti.
Mm-hmm.
So if you see this train pull up and it's the last train, this isn't your train. Do not get on it, because you won't ever get home. You'll never get anywhere. Apparently there is a subway station of the dead called Kimlinge, and those who end up there can lose weeks or years of their life before they emerge back into our world if they're lucky.
Well, they do it for years.
Waiting for the next train.
For years?
Yeah. Stuck in limbo.
What do you eat?
So this is an urban legend, obviously. You know, if you see this clean train with no adverts and it's like midnight, do not get on it. But what happens if you want to get home and you're a bit drunk? Last train's coming.
Fuck yeah, get on it.
And then you get on it and you end up for 2 years stuck in limbo waiting for the next train.
Years. I was thinking you're looking at 5 or 6 or something.
And then your wife, 2 years later, you turn out like, you said you were going out for one drink with the boys. You've been gone
out for
2
years.
I got on the fucking ghost train, love.
I got on the last train.
Ghost train, didn't I?
And then I was in limbo. And I've not aged.
Yeah. Was that what she's called? Is it limbo? You were in limbo, were you? No, that's
Is that her name, is it?
That's where I was. That's where I was.
I was in limbo. Who is this limbo? That's quite a good joke, Dan.
So let's talk about Franz Ferdinand's limousine. Franz Ferdinand had bad luck linked to the limousine, which started on the fateful day that he was assassinated, thus sparking the First World War. So there's a little backstory there for you. Having narrowly avoided death earlier in the day, Ferdinand's limousine inexplicably stalled outside the cafe.
Where a dude was getting his sandwich, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's where the Archduke and his wife were both shot dead. And over the next 12 years, 13 deaths have been allegedly caused by this haunted car. An Austrian general that drove it ended up in an asylum for the insane not long after. 2 peasants and a German military officer were killed in a crash involving the car. A Swiss racing driver drove the car in a race and rolled the car. Didn't die. And a Romanian owner on his way to a wedding lost control of the vehicle, which killed himself and 5 other people in the car. 6 people died in that one. The car is now on display at the War History Museum in Vienna, where it sits without a single scratch on it. Despite all of the incidents that have happened to it over the years, It never apparently had a single scratch. Apparently it's protected by a ghostly force.
So what were the deaths? Quickly, just throw the death, cause of death.
So one of the guys that drove it ended up in an insane asylum, so he didn't die.
Yeah.
Two peasants and a German military officer were killed in a crash.
But the car was not
involving the car.
Scratched,
but the car wasn't scratched. A Swiss racing driver rolled the car during a race.
What? But it didn't have a scratch in it.
A Romanian guy on the way to a wedding was driving the car and lost control of it, killing himself and 5 other people.
I'm calling bullshit. It didn't have a scratch on it.
Is this like on Only Fools and Horses, where he says, I've had the same brush for 10 years, I've changed the handle 5 times, and I've changed the base of the brush 6 times.
Yeah. And how could it be the same brush? What do you mean? It is the same brush.
Very funny.
I guess.
You're calling bullshit on this one. Fair enough.
I'll call bullshit on the fact that the car definitely got marked, is what I'm calling bullshit on.
Yeah, come on.
I imagine a good car is obviously haunted.
Cars back then were made of wood and paper. Do you know what I mean? They were like fucking. Yeah.
I saw a thingy majig the other day. Not Rubber and Lion.
A DeLorean.
No, the ones that had the wooden panelling on the sides. They look like little trucks almost at the back. They're like carry bits, but the front, and it's all wooden panel. I saw one the other day. I was like, my God, they're still around. It's got wood instead of metal.
Well, let's move on to Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde in their famous car.
Yep.
2 of the most infamous villains of the 20th century. They committed a string of robberies, murders and kidnappings in the 30s and continued to strike fear into people's hearts nearly 80 years later. On the night of the May to the 23rd, 1934, police ambushed them in their 1932 Ford Model 18 in Louisiana and delivered swift justice. They were killed with over 100 bullets. So they just emptied 100 bullets into the car and killed them instantly. Yeah. But that wasn't the end for these 2. The same car now sits in Whiskey Pete's Casino in Nevada. You can go and there's a picture of it. Still got all the bullet holes in it. Somebody bought it and put it in Whiskey Pete's Casino in Nevada.
Wow.
Says seeing such an eerie sight would be enough for a place on this list, but for many visitors, they've reported an uneasy sense of not feeling alone when they go and take photos of it. Photos of the car sometimes show mysterious objects or people in them. Could these be the ghosts of Bonnie and Clyde?
Yeah, it's one of those things. There's a couple of places in London where the bullet holes you can see and the shell casing holes, and where there's been explosions and all shit from the war, and you see the holes, and it's just quite sketchy. You know, bullet holes and things like that. It's like, wow. So looking at that car, because they fucking just let loose on those 2, and they just took them down. It's like, no, no coming back for you guys. Fuck you. And yeah, that'd be quite creepy to look at.
When I was in Budapest and when I was in Berlin, they've kept all the bullet holes in the buildings. But Budapest had quite a lot of stuff go on. I think Prague as well when I was there.
It's weird when you see it and you realise what that is, and you're like, oh my God. Yeah.
And what it can do to a brick, and you think, Jesus, that going into me. Fuck, you know. Yeah. Well, Gav, let's bring it on home to London. Mm-hmm. The number 7 London Phantom Bus. The Phantom Bus.
Very quickly, Landon, we did the gangster episode last time. I watched the Gentleman TV show and it's very good.
Yes, I've heard very, very good things about it.
Really good. So if you liked the Guy Ritchie episode last time, one movie we did, Lock, Stock, and you like Guy Ritchie, and you've not seen it, do recommend on Netflix.
Perfect. Well, back to Landon. The Phantom Bus. So the sight of a red London bus obviously is very familiar and very comforting to a lot of English drivers, but not when you're headed towards a head-on collision for one.
Fuck it is, and they're annoying. Get out of the way.
For one unfortunate driver in 1934, the sighting of the Phantom Bus proved fatal, and his car exploded into flames when he swerved into a wall without any rhyme or reason.
Well, there was. He saw a ghost bus.
Several witnesses came forward during the investigation and said that they saw a ghostly vehicle heading towards him. And between 1930s and 1990, a lot of Londoners have come forward. It doesn't say how many. A lot of Londoners have come forward and said that they've seen a number 7 ghost bus with no one driving it in the centre of the road, and they've had to swerve around it. Some of them have even crashed to avoid it.
Wow.
It always appears around 1:15 a.m. in the morning, a time that no buses should have been on the roads. The ghost bus, the phantom bus, the number 7 bus, Gav. Have you ever seen it? You're in London a lot.
No.
Let's go for a drive around about 1:15 in the morning. See what happens.
Yeah, I was in London the other night, actually.
Didn't see any ghost buses.
Yeah. Ghost bus.
Ghost buses.
Ghost buses. Dun, dun, dun.
Let's move on to James Dean.
Oh, classic.
He had a Porsche 500 Spider, which he called the Little Bastard. That's what he named his car. Alec Guinness said to him, he said, "My dear boy James Dean," I can't do an impression of Alec Guinness, "you'll be dead within a week if you get into that thing." Well, thanks for that, Alec Guinness. Fucking hell. 7 days later, James Dean and his mechanic ploughed into the back of a car and died.
Yeah.
So Alec Guinness used the force there, I think, didn't he? Fucking hell. Not only was Alec's comment scarily fortune-telling, but James Dean and his mechanic also weren't the only victims of Little Bastard, as it was named. George Barris, a famous Hollywood car customizer, sold the engine and other parts to William Eisrich and Dr. McHenry. Dr. McHenry was killed and Eisrich injured in the same race that they were both taking part in.
Yeah, I know.
The shell of the Little Bastard continued to wreak havoc as it injured and killed several people while it was on display in a school.
How?
It fell out the back of a lorry.
What the fuck?
It says here, the 2 things which make the Little Bastard stand out on this list, while it was on display in California as an illustration of disastrous consequences of careless driving, the garage it was in burned down to the ground. Everything was destroyed except for the car itself, which came out of the fire without even a scratch on it. And then in 1960, 5 years after James Dean's death, the Little Bastard disappeared off the back of a truck without an engine, and to this day, it's never been found.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Imagine that. We're bringing James Dean's car into the school today, and all these little kids are like, "Yay, we like those films he was in." It's fallen out and landed on them. Little bastard.
I doubt the kids are watching James Dean films.
No. Probably not. Oh yeah, the last one is the Black Volga. Not Volva or Volvo. So let's go here. Evil is the only way to describe this terrifying Russian limousine, which frightens people to the point they believe that Satan himself drives it.
Satan himself drives the car!
Some people say that the tyre rims appear out of nowhere, or ram's horns where the side mirrors should be suddenly grow.
That's amazing. I want them on the bonnet out the front, like your old school Texas billionaire drives around.
Yeah, with your ram's horns or whatever they are. Yeah. There were disappearances whenever the car appeared. Children would be taken and never seen again. I don't know if that's the car doing it.
It's probably the pedo driving the car.
Yeah, maybe that. And anyone who tried to intervene was dead within 24 hours.
Yeah.
The car would appear out of nowhere in the 60s and 70s with people. I think there's just someone going around in the 60s and 70s kidnapping children, Gav.
I think it's a pedo, yeah.
Yeah. It says here, this story would be the easiest to dismiss.
Probably like Jimmy Savile on holiday.
Potential scaremonger. Fuck, in Russia.
Probably.
Potential scaremongering by the Soviet government to install further terror. But in Ukraine in the 60s, reports tell of 2 girls being approached by this car and then were sucked inside it like a vacuum cleaner.
What entry did they sucked into?
The exhaust,
sunroof?
Maybe, I don't know. A witness, instead of dropping dead like the others, managed to open the door and get out. Okay.
Right. Okay.
I don't believe this witness. The front of the car apparently was completely empty. No one was driving it.
Is it not the car?
It might be the car.
With James Brolin. I'm pretty sure it is.
The truth about the car, which happened to be, and what happened to the missing children may never be known. That was a bit of a crap one.
Yeah, it's just a pedo.
Just a pedo in a black car driving around. But there we go. Some good ones on there.
Yeah.
Some good imagery. I think the James Dean one is pretty spooky.
And I think I want a different limo instead of the JFK's.
If you ever become president, I promise you can have any car you want, Gav.
Yeah. Why give me the one the last dude that did this job's killed in?
I know.
Sassaid. Where am I sitting? Same spot. What?
Fucking hell.
Imagine just sitting down like, oh.
Yeah, but they would have cleaned it.
It's still going to be like, oh.
Look, if Christine can get a piece of shit off her dashboard, they can get some brains out of this
it's
car.
the whole feeling of it, though.
Yeah.
Oh. That's my unsure feeling sound. Ready? Oh.
I've heard that noise before from you. But enough of that, Bill. I think it's time for you to take us out of Word of the Strange, and you can get back to whatever party it is you're at, please, because you're starting to spill vodka all over the carpet.
He's flossing teeth with thongs.
Yeah.
Right, Bill, get us out.
Bill?
That's all the time we've got for this week on World of the Strange. Next week, though, gimme Ira. Hairless pets. Weird.
You're absolutely mad.
The riots began because the stores could not meet the demands of Sutter Kane's novel, In the Mouth of Madness.
Kane disappeared 2 months ago without a trace. You're the guy that writes horror books.
You can forget about Stephen King. Kane outsells them all. I need to know if he's alive or dead, and I need that book.
It's a setup. It's just that. I just have to work out how it's set up.
Kane's writing has been known to have an effect on his readers.
See this? It's a map.
This whole thing has been staged.
You just get out.
This is not reality.
It's all happening for real, Trent.
I know this book will drive people crazy. Well, let's hope so. The movie comes out next month.
In the Mouth of Madness from 1994, rated 18, hour and 35 minutes, a little bit quicker than Christine. An insurance investigator begins discovering that the impact a horror writer's books have on his fans is more than inspirational. Should more than just inspirational should be there, but more than inspirational. This is basically JC with the help of KMB does HP. Lovecraft.
Yeah, with inspiration by SK.
Woohoo! We've got effects KMB before it was formed as K. Oh, I suppose no, it probably was actually by this point.
They were KMB,
yeah. Do the effects for this. Fantastic effects. We've got random. I love the fact that Charlton Heston was in a John Carpenter movie, even if it's just
great.
very small a bit.
Fucking great.
The piece de resistance, the icing on the cake for me in this film is Sam Neill and his performance. Sam Neill as an actor. I love it when he gets into roles. That's why I love him and Jeff Goldblum in Jurassic Park. They make Jurassic Park, those two, do you know what I mean? As well as everything else, obviously. Sam Neill's credible. He's such a good actor. And this is, for me, I love this premise. It's a mystery. I love the fact that the idea is like, okay, you basically, we set it out at the beginning what happens, and you take down people who have put false claims to insurance and making money. You're going to go after them. You're like a detective. You're not a cop. You're not a detective of murderers or people cheating on lovers or something like that. But you're an insurance investigator type thing. It's quite a nice thing. I quite like it. And Sam Neill's like super good at it. He's like crazy good. He's got the skills, hasn't he? He's born to do this role.
Yeah.
And it's just basically about this person's gone missing. We need their book. We need to put it out. Can you go find this person for us? It's kind of that, and I just like the simplicity of that. And we go to another town, and it's cut off from everything else. It really is, because obviously it changes as they get there. And it kind of almost like a Stephen King, I suppose. The town is that
exactly, yeah.
But I just love the fact it gets weird and creepier. It's like the lady with her husband, this old man naked, handcuffed to her leg, and just things going on, and oozy things and creeping things and pulsating doors with slime on, and
Dobermans and weird children. And
I'm a massive fan. I hadn't seen it for years, to come back to this and watch it as a review. And sometimes we do actually go to review films for this show, ladies and gentlemen, and we do sometimes, and non-gendered people obviously, and we do sometimes come back to it and review it and be like, actually, this wasn't as good as I remembered. But it does happen. We all have it. Like to say with this, it came back pretty good still.
It's got, before we talk about the Stephen King stuff, it's also got David Warner in it, who we're big fans of.
Yeah, I love David Warner.
John Glover, who I absolutely love and everything he's in, is in it as the Dr. Sapstein. You would know him from Gremlins 2, Smallville, and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah. And we've got Viggo the Carpathian in it as well.
Yeah.
There's a guy running a bar with a mutating face, and the old lady from, I think she was in The Wedding Singer, maybe. She plays the old lady who's got her naked husband handcuffed up.
She is Happy Gilmore's.
That was it, Happy Gilmore. I knew it was an Adam Sandler film.
Yeah.
It's
a great film. I don't remember my first viewings of it. I think it was one of those, probably just one day, just got this movie because you'd be down the video rental store because you didn't know what was good and what wasn't. You had to go buy the boxes, ladies and gentlemen, non-gender people, before the internet. That's how we did it. I'm sure a lot of you remember. And I reckon it was just to pick up from the video shop one day and then just be like, what is going on here? And just like, what the fuck? And just, just going weirder and weirder. But yeah, I really like this film.
Yeah, this is the second time I've ever seen it, much like Christine for you.
That's so funny.
Yeah, and I
oh my
watched
God,
it.
What? Yeah, please, with your reviewer eyes as well. What was this like?
So the first time I watched it, I thought it was all right. I couldn't remember much about it. It wasn't long ago. It was probably only about 10 or so years ago was the first time I ever saw it. When the internet was at its peak and we were able to just get anything we wanted to watch. And that was a John Carpenter film I hadn't seen. So I watched it probably 10, 15 years ago for the first time. And that's the only time I've ever seen it. So I went back to it.
That's so like me and Christine. That's so weird.
I went back to it thinking, I'll go into this. And my God, I got a lot out of it this time around. Obviously, I'm a big Stephen King fan, so this is a love letter to Stephen King. Again, we've talked about this with Christine. Him and Carpenter were friends. So there's a character in this. The main character, Sutter Kane, is obviously Stephen King. He's a horror writer. His work is he produces these mammoth books that sell billions around the world. They get turned into movies. People love these movies. They love these books. But it's a bit of a spin on it. And again, it's got a bit of a link to other Stephen King work. Although this is nothing to do with Stephen King behind the scenes, it's a love letter to it. But you could link this to Misery, with a writer going missing. This could be written by Stephen King, and it's very meta, which again is incredibly ahead of its time. This is 5 years before, 3 years before Scream, 3 years before Scream. John Carpenter is even in it. You see his name on the poster of the movie, Hobbs End, and it's just. going back to it with the reviewer's eye, I really didn't appreciate this the first time. I've been podcasting for 10 years. I've watched a lot of movies since the first time I saw this. I have an appreciation for John Carpenter and meta and horror and just filmmaking now. And I really was not. I wouldn't say I was blown away, but it's a fucking incredible film, and very unnerving and nothing I hadn't seen before. But at the same time, a very unique and clever story. And if it was made now, I'd be like, nah, they're just doing that because of Stephen King. But back then, they were doing all this just because. And it's got H.P. Lovecraft elements to it as well, which is fucking great.
Yeah, with the creature designs and stuff like that. It's quite interesting because you don't actually watch any of this and really put John Carpenter thumbprint to anything, really. Do you know, fingerprint, so to speak. Do you know what I mean? The shots and things. It wasn't any sort of real classic John Carpenter stuff. It tells a story. It tells a story very well. But do you know what I mean?
I mean, I got a few John Carpenter bits. Some of it reminded me a bit of Prince of Darkness.
And some
of it reminded me of Village of the Damned with the kids. And some of it reminded me of The Thing with the creatures and the sort of morphing of the creatures and stuff. So I did get little elements. But yeah, certainly this isn't as John Carpenter fingerprinty as some of his other work.
It's the cinematographer from They Live.
Oh, interesting.
He did camera and electrical department on Big Little Trouble in Little China. He's cinematographer for Escape from LA.
I think what John Carpenter does well, much like Stephen King, is he's able to make you feel like this little world that you're in, and it's always a little world, is real. Whether you're stuck at a church with Donald Pleasance, or whether you're on a little isolated base in the middle of Antarctica, or whether you're in a futuristic New York, or here you're going off, just you and this girl
to Hobbs End,
and to Hobbs End, a village that doesn't exist. It's in a book, and yet you're in it. He makes it feel like it's this little isolated bit of weird nightmare, and it is like a nightmare. This film.
Yeah. Did you get creeped out at all by any bits?
Yeah.
Like the cyclist and stuff like that.
The cyclist was creepy. The face of the cyclist reminded me of the. You want to see something really scary?
But don't you just love the fact that there's the old person going on, and it's basically the kid just trying to get out of the town, cycling over and over, and it's just got old.
Never going to get out. I also found Sutter Kane, played by Jürgen Prochnow, really creepy.
He's really good. I'm sure he might have even made an alright sort of Dracula or something, you know.
But yeah, you're right. Sam Neill is what sells this, because he plays fucking lunatic in this, doesn't he? You know, he's brought in the beginning in a straitjacket, and we know that's where he's ended. He's going to end up.
He plays mad, all right.
So we're watching this guy descend into this crazy, and then at the end you realise. And the other reason this reminds me of Prince of Darkness is because all while this is going on, they keep talking about the things that are happening out there, and it feels like it's the end of the world. And this is his third in the apocalypse.
From The Thing and Prince of Darkness. Yeah,
so there is something evil going on out there. You know, this could be a sequel to the Prince of Darkness. You know, it could fit in nicely with that. Yeah, it's just there's a lot to love in this, and a lot of great effects, a lot of great scary moments, a lot of great unnerving moments, good writing, good performances, good direction. Doesn't feel very John Carpenter-y, but then it shouldn't feel like he's imposing himself too much. You know what? At the same time, just let the story flow.
Yeah.
Let the actors do what their thing. And I had a blast with it. I really enjoyed it.
I'm really happy you did. Well, without further ado,
let's get stuck in. We start off with some heavy guitar rock, Gav.
There's some alright riffs in this. I saw it.
Really good. And much like the start of Christine with the car assembly line, we're watching some books being printed on a big publishing.
I did think that. Yeah.
There is a bit of a link between these two randomly, isn't there? Because
we've done this before randomly with films.
Yeah, it's weird. And they're printing the new book by Sutter Kane called The Hobbs End Horror. And then we cut to the asylum.
We've only just begun. Oh no!
Oh yeah, that fucking
Not the Carpenters.
It's quite funny as well, this movie.
Yeah, no, there's very lovely dark humour in this. Really good. Yeah.
By the way, the other thing I find creepy is just the way that people are slightly mutated, but not. You know, and you're like, why are they looking like that? You know, it doesn't really tell you. You don't. It's just a nightmare.
Yeah.
John. Oh, go on.
By the way, I do love the fact that we've got the main vampire from Friday Night 2 is the Styles.
Yes, she is.
Isn't that so cool? I was just like, I said, Sarah, I was like, it's.
I had to look her up. So I was like, I totally know her from something in the 80s.
Yeah,
and
that was that.
Yeah, Friday Night 2.
So it's quite nice, actually, because I don't mind her as the head vampire of Friday Night 2. I think she does pretty good.
She's quite good as well in this, and quite hot as well. You know, so happy to have some eye candy. Not that that's what it's all about, everybody, but you know. So yeah, John Glover plays the Doctor, and Sam Neill is brought in a straitjacket, and he's kind of acted up a bit. He fights back a little bit. He hits one of the guys in the balls, and they end up putting him in a padded cell. And then you're right, that music starts playing through the speakers. And he's shouting, I'm not insane, I'm not insane. And everyone starts singing along in the whole asylum.
Start singing We're Not Insane, yeah. And then it's like, if I need just begun.
And that's when he shouts, not the Carpenters. And then there's a knock on the glass door.
And then a shadow figure in his cell.
Yeah, Bear's in his cell behind him. So even in his padded cell, he's not safe. What could it be? Who could it be?
Who could it be?
And then somebody says, it's not the ending. You haven't read it yet. And he gets all these weird nightmare flashes in his mind. And he wakes up in his cell, and it's the old switcheroo, the old American werewolf. You think you're awake, but you're not. So he's actually awake now. It's all fine. It's all good. And this happens a couple of times in this.
Yeah.
It's quite good. David Warner arrives. David Warner, we love him. And he says, we think he's one of them. They say to him before he goes in the cell. Now, what is one of them? What could it be? Well, we find out that there's something apocalyptic happening outside where people are being infected, or they're just becoming evil or violent. You hear all these snippets on radios and TV shows throughout of this global virus, whether it's religious or whether it's some kind of disease that's taking over the world and making everybody violent, almost like a zombie virus. And they wonder if Sam Neill is one of these infected. It's all very mysterious. And he's when he gets in there, David Warner, Sam Neill's requested one thing: a black crayon.
It's just put crosses everywhere.
Yeah,
I love the way that looks. By the way, I've always loved that. And how do you get him on? How do you get him on his straight jacket and face and stuff? I don't know.
Well, what I want to know, Gav, is one crayon. He's covered the entire cell
in a straight jacket.
His face. I've used a crayon before. You can barely colour in like a little cat in a colouring book, let alone do that. But
yeah. Is he in a straight jacket at that point? Or no, his hands are free to draw?
No, I think he's free at that point.
Right,
he must be.
Yeah.
He's drawn all over his face.
Yeah.
And it looks great. It's a good look. It's very iconic, the poster.
Yeah,
with him,
it's cool, yeah.
The cross on him and stuff like that. And David Warner says to him, look, I actually suspect that you're not insane and that you want to stay in here to be safe from what's going on out there. And putting crosses all over your face and everywhere is a really good way of telling everyone you're insane, but I don't think you are. And you feel safer in here, don't you? Is that what it is? And they discuss whether or not he's got paranoid schizophrenia, which he claims he has. And then this is where he begins to explain the story to him, and therefore us. He gives his story, and he says, it all started with the disappearance of Sutter Kane. And then we flash back, and the whole movie is a flashback, really, now.
Yeah.
I think we get a couple of little jumps back to the present day, but interesting storytelling.
The main story itself is what I love the bits. The mental asylum stuff, it's okay, but I love it when we actually get to him doing his thing, because I think Sam Neill's such a great leading actor.
That's why I was disappointed with that Omen movie he was in, because
what was
if that?
Part 3.
If he was,
that was my first
movie was a bit better.
That was my first introduction to Sam Neill.
Because he's a very suave guy in a suit, and I think he could have that movie should have been really good.
A new one's out soon.
It is, yeah, the first Omen.
I don't know why. Do we need that?
Just take an old horror movie, put the word "first" at the beginning of it, and there you go. Let's kind of reboot it, remake it.
There is some original films coming out this year, though. A couple of horror movies.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Like what?
Oh, I don't know. Let's get on with this. We'll talk about it another time.
We'll talk about that another time. So he is, you're right, you mentioned earlier, an insurance investigator. That's what he does. And we see him at work the first time we see him in this flashback, and he's grilling this guy.
He's showing his skills.
Yeah, he should have been a cop or something, but this is...
And we know this character from other John Carpenter films as well.
Yeah,
Peter Jason.
Peter Jason, yeah, not David Jason, Peter Jason. Yeah. And he basically says to this guy, like, I think you burned down the warehouse, your own warehouse, for the insurance. He's like, why would I have done that? You're talking nonsense. And he says, well, some of the items you claimed that were in the warehouse, and he has a photo of the guy's wife. It says, here's your wife wearing them the other day. And he's like, no. It can't be right. And then he says, all right, well, here's your lover wearing some of the other items as well. And he starts getting all flustered, and he says to him, we spoke to your wife, and she gave us all the information about that you two were in it together. He says, here's a piece of advice for you. If you want to team up with your wife to go into business, then don't fuck your secretary or something like that.
And he pats him on the back as in, like, it's a bit of advice that is. I just love the way he's so confident, Sam Neill is.
He's got it. He's won it. And we see the first of many adverts for Sutter Kane's new book. One of them is on a bus. And Sam and his colleague congratulates him. He says, I don't know how you do it. It's like you've got a sixth sense. Yeah, he says, it's like you've got a sixth sense for this shit, man. You just sniff it out.
Yeah, he's just so like, you're so good at this. They're both just sitting in a coffee shop. There's a window next and behind them with a street just going ahead.
I'll let you tell this bit.
And they're just sitting there chatting away, and we just hear a bit of screaming in the distance, and we do cut to it, but there's this guy with crazy eyes coming out with an axe just walking over the road. Now, when they shot this, a lot of those are not extras. They're people just there going, the fuck, just watching it, which I didn't realise, which is crazy.
I didn't know that. Bloody hell.
Yeah. And then just walks across the road and just looks up at them, and one of them, I think, says to Sam Neill, the other guy says something about Sutter Kane, or Sam Neill says something, which is literally like the time perfect for him to attack, because this guy has this hyper focus fixed on Sam Neill. He's just walking over the road without, like, the car's coming, wherever they have to just stop, and he's just walking across the road, and he's just looking at, and he stares at them both from outside. They've not noticed him yet, and it's so good when you watch this for the first time. I'm sure you enjoyed this. And all of a sudden just picks up an axe and smashes through, just as Sam Neill says something about Sutter Kane, smashes through the window. And
I was watching the actors, Sam Neill and the other guy, Bernie Casey, and they knew that this window smash was about to happen. So for them to just act so well and so calmly have this little conversation, knowing that...
Oh, yeah, no, that's about to happen, because you don't know where it's going. It's like a jack-in-the-box.
I'd be blinking. I'd be like, cut, you were blinking too much. Yeah, but the window is going to smash. Yeah, but you've got to act. I'd be a rubbish actor.
I think, to be honest, the acting would be fairly easy with a window smashing in like that,
But yeah, he smashes through the window and he says to them, do you read Sutter Kane?
There's a really great metal soundtrack going on while he's doing it as well.
Yeah. John Carpenter was really dabbling in
he loves metal.
Good rock. He's got very weird eyes, and he raises the axe again, but the police turn up and shoot him dead. Yeah. As you would, with a crazed axe.
Of course.
Shoot him dead, please. We get a news report.
Yes, there's news reports, TV reports that there's fights breaking out and like bookshops everywhere where people have been trying to queue up for Sutter Kane. And we see this sort of stuff nowadays. Apple, the new iPhone, and people having fights.
And
which is
these
pathetic.
Black Friday sales and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But
the news reports are saying, is he some kind of mad prophet of doom?
Yeah,
there's riots from people trying to
everywhere. People actually being killed. Yeah,
shops are running out of stock countrywide. It's not just in one city; it's all over the US.
Well, they're saying he's sort of going mad. Some of them. If you read the book, we're going to discover that as well.
People say there's mild symptoms from anxiety right up to schizophrenia or memory loss if you read his books. Fuck me, I'm not reading any of his books if that's what happens.
Oh God, that would be a great selling point. You'd sell so many copies.
You would. People would love to sort of...
But he's now in Charlton Heston's office, and Charlton Heston's a publisher.
I love that. Sorry, again.
Yeah.
Charlton Heston is in a John Carpenter film. This is just brilliant.
I do like the pedigree casting on this. Charlton Heston's in his office. He's a publisher, and Sam Neill's obviously John Trent's character he's probably as known as like the guy they've probably used before, and it's like get John Trent here now, get Trent here now, and he's sitting in there and he's chatting away to him, explaining about Sutter Kane. Have you read Sutter Kane? He's like, it's that sort of trash pulpy horror right now. That's not really my sort of stuff. He says, well, essentially he has written his new book, and we've got deadlines, marketing, everything's happening. We don't have the manuscript. We need it. We can't find him. He's gone missing.
He vanished 2 months ago. When he says, "Oh, I'm not really into that trash," he says, "Well, this guy is outselling Stephen King."
Yeah.
That's how big he is. It's pretty cool that he says that. Now, at this point, Gav, I'd just like to say, at this point, this movie, they could have used him before. It could be the same publishing house that James Caan works for in Misery.
Oh.
And maybe he went off and helped find... Do you know what I mean? So there's like a little link there for me to Misery here. Or even you could say that this film went in a different direction, and they were like, he was last known driving through some snowy roads,
Yeah, it could go different ways. Absolutely. So the mission is set. We've got an investigator who is going to go in and investigate this book. Charlton Heston says, I don't want you to go alone. You're going to go with Miss Styles here. She is kind of like why is she going? She's
like an assistant within the company, and she's going there.
He needs to send her to validate something?
She knows Sutter Kane as well.
She'd worked with him for...
she's an expert on all of his work and his books.
And needs to go with... Okay, it kind of makes sense.
And also they've said that 2 weeks ago they received some pages from the new book, which he's writing, called In the Mouth of Madness. So they know he's alive.
She's the editor.
And they reveal that the Axeman that attacked them was Sutter Kane's agent.
Yeah, that's what he says, because that just gets sprung up. But so she's the editor, so she's gonna go along for whatever reason, maybe just to prove stuff. But then they explain it just sort of says, Sam Neill says, well, what about his his manager, his agent? Why can't you just go on with his agent and go do this? Why are you asking me? And he's like, well, you met his agent, didn't you? What do you mean I met him the other day when he smashed me? And he goes, that lunatic. It's like, I don't think Charlton Heston understands this guy was axing at me. Like, you're telling me that's now the agent of the guy who's gone missing. And I love this mystery. For me, this is like a conspiracy mystery for everything. And I'm like, oh, this is good.
And what's great is, right from now, Sam Neill doesn't believe any of this. He says this is a publicity stunt to sell the new book. I'll go along with it, but no, I don't believe any of this.
Yeah.
And this is where they discuss what the books do to people: memory loss, paranoia.
Yeah, some people go a bit mad, and they have no idea where this guy is. And when he does find out, though, it's like, what are you, Sherlock Holmes?
Well, Linda Stiles says to him, the thing about Sutter Kane is he really believes in his own writing as well. She's a bit of a big fan as well as works for him. So they basically want him to go off and find Sutter Kane.
Well, they said that he was going a bit crazy and he started to think that his fiction was coming real. Yeah. I love they've just thrown that line in there. He's like, what is going to happen?
What do you mean it's coming real? I don't understand. And we get the first of many shots now of the alleyway.
Yeah, she does. And just before that, she does say to him, why don't you read some of his stuff? Before,
she gives him a big palm.
No, he goes to the bookshop, doesn't he?
That's right, he goes to the bookshop.
He sees this guy. Okay, she says, why don't you read some stuff? And then we see, like you say, first many times this alleyway, where we just look down at it and there's a cop just beating up a homeless person.
No, he's beating up someone, a graffiti guy.
Oh, okay.
Guy that's been doing graffiti. Okay. But he's like, and he says, you want some too, buddy?
And he just kind of looks and just keeps on going, because it's like, oh, for fuck's sake, can't do nothing about this. Goes to a bookstore and starts just picking up loads of Sutter Kane, because it's what you do, especially if you're an investigator. The first thing you can do, go, okay, I'll start to understand what I'm dealing with here. I suppose I should read some of the stuff. And he picks up some of the books, and this kid just comes up to him, stares at him. And he says, he sees you. And he says, excuse me? Like, okay, he sees you. And I'm right, okay then. Just buys the books and go home. And just sits there at home, drinking some wine, reading a book.
Yep. And he's reading through his work, and he gets a phone call from, I think, from Styles at this point.
It wakes him up, though, doesn't it? Because he goes, oh, God.
That's right. Yeah. And he says to her, I've got to be honest with you, some of this is actually quite good. I quite like this. But he's now read some of the work of Sutter Kane. So he's now...
Sorry, he doesn't wake up then. Yeah, he's reading when she rings. Yep.
Yeah. So he's now got Sutter Kane's influences in his brain like everybody else in the world.
It's like it's worms going into the brain and starting to root. He basically now has a dream, and he dreams he's back at that alley again, but this time the cop's got a weird face.
Like a mutant face.
It's all fucked up.
And he wakes up again and he's holding the book and he's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? And then he looks to his side and the cop's on the sofa. So he wakes up again, oh my God! And it's an American Wealth in London.
Yeah, because the one of the little dreams he has is a load of people with axes turn up and just start chopping the cop up.
Yeah.
And he's like, what is going... It's like a triple red herring, isn't it? He just kind of wakes up again and again and again, and then he's like, Jesus Christ, I don't know what's going on here. And he's got ink all over, a really lovely moment. He's got ink all over his fingers, and he rubs his eyes a little bit as well, and it's just like he's got the mark of Sutter Kane on him. Do you know what I mean? And that's what's going to happen to him later when he puts the crayon on him. I love that he's got the black ink on his fingers and his eyes.
I like that. He just kind of ignores it and just carries on.
And then this is where he Sherlock Holmes it. Fucking hell. He gets all the books.
It's cool, isn't it?
And he realises there's something on all the covers of the books.
It's a little far-fetched, but it's cool.
He cuts them all out, and then he realises it's a map.
I'm going to suggest that he has autistic powers.
Yes, I would say so. It's a map. And he takes this to Charlton Heston, who's like, what do you mean? And he says,
I shoot it.
He says, this is a map of New England pointing to this one section, Hobbs End. And they're like, well, Hobbs End isn't real. It's a book. It's in the book. And he's like, well.
How did he... This is throughout the internet. How did he go, that shape? I think I've basically memorised every shape in all the states around here. I think I know that shape where it's going to fit. How? How do you know
New England.
that?
I know it's New England.
It's very, very clever.
That's the corner. That's the other corner. It's like I'm really good at jigsaws.
Wow. Okay.
So he says to them, I'm going to go and I'm going to find him because I think that's where he is. I think it's a clue.
It's a place, he goes, it's a place called Hobbs End. It's not on the maps. How have you found this then? How have you done this?
Because this is why he's so good at his job.
But he's been drawn to it, though. It's almost like with the Christine, isn't it?
Yeah, it's already got in there because he's read some of the books.
Yeah,
so it's got in there now. So this
it
is
says, take Miss Styles with you as well. Yeah.
So Linda's like, well, great, road trip it is then, and they go and they're on a little road trip. Now he plays a little prank on her while she's asleep.
We get to that. I like the fact though, even though she does try and give him a little kiss, there's no at any point any chemistry whatsoever. It is professionalism. I do like the fact Sam Neill at no point anything whatsoever, and there's no like little just look or anything whatsoever. Do you know what I mean? I do like that. It's straight away narrowed down the line. We're both doing our job. I like that.
Sadly, if this was the 70s or 80s movie, and even in the early 90s, it would have been, the guy would have been like, great, I'm going on a road trip with a girl, I'm going to bang her. Just like in Halloween 3.
I was about to say that. Just about to say Tom.
On a road trip, I guess we'll
Tom and his Tash.
Or in one of the Phantasms, where the ice cream guy is like, well, I guess if we're staying in this hotel room tonight, we should bang. And then her boobs
Exactly. So I'm glad it's not like that. Yeah. He's driving down the road. Miss Styles is asleep.
I'll be Miss Styles.
Right, I'm just going to look in this paper map. It's completely in the way. Can't see a thing. Oh, put that down. What's she doing? I'm bored driving now. What's she doing? I don't know where I'm going, by the way. We don't have GPS. We're just fucking driving. What's she doing? She's asleep. Right. Well, I'm going to wake her up just for the hell of it.
What does he use to wake her up?
Well, luckily, I drive around and in my glove box, it's not a gun. I've just got a little bike horn. Hang on. Then he quickly puts it back again. And she's like, oh, he goes, oh, you're awake. And it's because he does it. It's such a cheeky little innocent joke. So I said to Sarah, I've got to get one of them for my car.
Yeah, but don't ever do it to the driver. But
don't do it to the driver.
But yeah, she's not very happy about that. And he says, "Look, I think we're lost."
I think it's funny though.
And we see all the cornfields, and this is really in Stephen King territory now.
Why does he have the horn? Not an action.
I don't know. It's a funny little moment that I really appreciate.
I know, I liked it. So they're just driving around New England trying to find this place which isn't on the map. Wow. Wow. Okay.
Well, they get to know each other. They discuss fiction versus reality.
They're driving for a long time. It's now night time. They're still driving.
She explains to him why people like reading scary books or watching scary movies. So there's a bit of a nice little meta already here. And that's quite cool.
It goes to the evening and now he's sleeping. She's taking
over.
She
drives now. She doesn't. If I was her, I'd be straight away to him as soon as he's fallen asleep.
Giving him the horn, yeah?
You're not fucking sleeping, mate. You did it to me.
Give him the horn. She comes across, drives past a kid on a bike.
Yep.
Just
middle of the night.
It looks kind of a bit odd, and she's like, okay. And the cyclist, the kid looks at her and carries on going, and the bike has a card and the spokes going.
Yeah, baseball card and the spokes.
Yep. So she carries on driving.
And then it repeats. She sees the kid again.
So, it's the cyclist again, but this time
it's got an old man's face.
It's kind of like old Mother Time in Donnie Darko.
Yeah. And this time she hits the bike.
Yeah, and she's like, "Oh my god!" So Sam Neill wakes up and says, "What the fuck? What happened?" She just hit something. She said, "Oh my god!" So they both do the correct thing. Both get out of the car, go back, go, "Okay, right, emergency services. Let's have a look. Right, just don't move." And the old person's just laying there, and what do they say? They say something really creepy.
He says, "I can't get out. He won't let me get out."
Yeah, it's a bit creepy.
And then she turns around.
Do you know? I'll tell you what's creepy. Do you know what's creepy? Because we're looking at an old person saying that, and what's the voice? It's a young boy,
voice, yeah,
or like a teenager, and they won't let me out. It's like that voice. It's like, whoa, that's really creepy.
She turns around to look at Sam Neill, who's coming over.
She's like, don't talk. Yeah, turns to Sam Neill like that, and then looks back, and the person's just got up on a bike and just cycles off.
And he says, "Right, well, the kid's okay, so let's just keep going, I guess." You know.
Well, he comes on and says, "Are they okay? Okay, let's keep on going then." We report it at the first town we get to.
So they switch back.
So they're doing the right thing. Yeah,
switch back now. So he's driving.
Well, yeah, you would though, wouldn't you?
And as he's driving now, it's still night time. You start seeing weird flashes in the sky. Is it lightning? Is it weird lights? What is it? Can't understand it. And then all of a sudden it turns to the inside of a bridge tunnel. And all of a sudden it's fucking daylight when they come out the other end. And he's like, what? And it's like they've gone through a portal into another world, Gav. Into a a fake world within a book, perhaps.
Well, it was night, and all of a sudden it's daytime.
She wakes up. Oh, you found it!
This is the dark humour again. I love it. She slams the brake. He goes, whoa, and he goes, looks up and goes, oh, I must have slept all night long. Goes, oh, Stars, look, you found it. And they're just a sign. She's like, what? What? It goes, oh, yeah, good you are. Oh. It's just nice little humour, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's a complete accident. And the town that they're in is completely empty. There's no one around that they can see, apart from a 3-legged dog being chased by some weird children.
Yes, but Sam doesn't see this.
Yeah, she sees this, and this is something that she'll see quite regularly throughout the film. But so
they go to a hotel.
They arrive at the Pickman Hotel, and she says,
it's nice to know there's actually people in the hotel.
She says, this was in one of his books. And he's like, what do you mean? She's like, this hotel is exactly as he's written it. And he's like, well, he's probably just based it on where he grew up. He grew up here, didn't he? She's like, no, you don't understand. It's just too weird. It's too exact. And they enter the hotel.
Yeah, but if that was there and he grew up there and he's saying it, he would exactly describe that as it is, because you don't need to make it up because it's actually there. So she is still like, he could still be like, well, yeah, I understand where he's coming from.
Part of her is quite excited though, because she is a big fan as well.
I think it's because she's really read his stuff, so she's really feeling it more probably than the normal book, I guess. You know, like that.
Yeah, and she sort of just, when they walk in the hotel, she says to him, that floorboard there creaks, there's a picture behind us of this, there's this over there. And then she says, oh, the woman that owns this hotel sliced her. Yeah, and he says, I know, I read that one too.
Yeah. She says, she's a lovely old lady. She's not going to be axing up her husband.
She's like, I think they say, turned him into coleslaw.
Yeah. So they ring the bell, and this old lady comes out. She's receptionist. Oh, can I help you? Says, yeah, we'd like to have a room. And says, do you know Sutter Kane? And she's like, Sutter Kane? I don't know what you're talking about. He says, you don't know Sutter Kane? Like the novelist who's from here and stuff. It's like, no, I don't know anything. It's like, right, okay. Which is a bit weird.
Because that town is like famous in the real world, as it were.
Well, of course. Well, Sam Neill's having this conversation with her. Stiles looks round and just looks to her side, and the picture that she'd been looking at, the face looks like it's moving.
Yeah, it's really spooky.
So she's a bit like, what the fuck? Yeah.
It is spooky, very spooky. He says to her, at the back in their hotel room now, he says to her, yeah, we're not stuck in a Sutter Kane story, you idiot. Like, this isn't what's happening.
Well, she's like, well, actually, there should be like a big temple, the Black Church, just outside the window. He opens up the window and says, look, nothing. I feel it. She goes, it's the wrong window. It looks at the other side, and it's there. That basically is a Russian Orthodox church. I was about to say orthopedic. Orthodox church out in the middle of nowhere. And it's actually there. That's an actual thing.
Oh, really? That's weird. Well, they decide to go to the church.
The Black Church.
They go for a walk. And they head to the church.
The Black Church.
Again,
Go call it the Black Church.
We call it the Black Church.
It's cool. The Black Church is a great name.
And Linda sees...
They call it the Black Church.
Oh, is that what they call it in this?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, it is a good name. I feel like there's a film called The Black Church.
I was going to say, definitely called a movie called The Black Church. I've got a movie I was looking at earlier of these films I've got to watch next to my telly, and it's called The Black Windmill. It's not it's not horror, I don't think.
Interesting. Well, on the way to the church, Linda sees the three-legged dog again being chased by these children, and they get to the church, but it's locked, so they can't get in.
No.
However, several, like half a dozen Doberman creep around from the side of the church and look at them.
Not yet. Oh, have you mentioned all the vans turning up?
That happens now. Well, the dogs come out first.
No, they don't. The Doberman don't come out yet. The Doberman sent out after the vans all turn up. They all turn up, and we get old Wilhelm von Hamburg from Ghostbusters 2, the painting guy, gets out because his kid has been kidnapped.
He goes, Kane!
By Sutter Kane. So they get out, Kane! And his door opens up.
He says, give him back!
And the door opens up, his kid's standing there, and the door goes back and forwards, opening and shut, and all of a sudden, boom, Sutter Kane's just standing there smiling.
That's a really good visual because that door opens and shuts and opens
Why
and shuts.
does Sutter Kane have the child?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe he's driving around in a stolen car in Russia and World of the Strange.
Maybe. And then all of a sudden the doors are slammed shut, and then a load of Doberman, which are quite scary dogs, come round the corner and attack all the people. Sam Neill's probably like, the fuck is going on here? This town is empty and now this is happening.
Yeah, all of a sudden these vans full of rednecks have turned up and there's 8 Doberman attacking them and ripping them to pieces.
Yeah.
Do you know that quite a lot of these actors and stuntmen actually had to go to hospital after this scene because the dogs actually took chunks out of some of them?
Shit, one of them's fucking going for the groin.
Because there's so many of them.
Yeah.
If you've got 1 or 2 dogs, that's fine. But with that many, their pack mentality kicks in, and they forgot the dogs obviously forgot that they were acting. I mean, it's a dog; it's not going to remember that it's acting. Do you know what I mean? They get trained in a certain way, so they actually went in on these guys and started ripping them to bits. Oh
shit!
John Carpenter just there with the spliff. Oh wow, this is going to look great on film.
With most films, each scene should be pushing the next scene forward. That's what you need to do. Every scene's push forward, push forward, push forward. I love this. The next scene is him, boom, slam, and it cuts to him throwing clothes in his suitcase. Yeah. Yes, that is the appropriate behaviour, I think, after seeing that.
He says to her, this is all a setup. This is just promotion for the book. You're trying to drum up some press. You're getting me involved in this now.
Which is a fairly rational explanation for him, because he's like, well, this is obviously not happening. This can't be happening. All this doors opening up and shutting, which is a nice reality check for sort of slight bit of fantasy going in, but not too much where he can still go, no, it's make-believe, it's smoke and mirrors.
Well, she admits to him now, okay, partly you're correct. He did vanish. We sent him away to drum up a little bit of publicity, but he actually vanished. So all of this is real now. And this whole Hobbs End thing, I can't explain anything that's going on in the last 2 days. So you're right. We did send him away to start drumming up some publicity, but he did actually vanish. And then we started receiving weird manuscripts from him. And that's why we've hired you, because you're the best. And he's kind of half right. So again, he's proven himself that he can sniff out a lie.
Yeah, well. Totally. But then he's like, no, I'm off. So she starts kissing him to just try and use that old decoy of getting away. Like, here's sex. You can have sex. You don't need to go anywhere.
Well, he just runs off.
He's like, no. Yeah.
He actually says, nope. Even your sex won't keep me here, young lady. And he runs off. And the painting is changed again as he runs past the hotel reception.
Well, he doesn't run completely past, does he? Because the lady's standing there, isn't she?
Yeah.
And he says, pointing at the painting, he says something to her, and she goes, hell no. It's so weird.
He says, in the book, it's described that the owner of this hotel painted that. Was that you? And she says, hell no, I didn't paint that. And then she sort of kicks something underneath the desk, and you hear, oh.
It's just the way she says hell no, though. It's really like a different person.
Like Flavor Flav.
Hell no. Yeah, it's just really odd, and I like that. Little touches. And then kicks something, and he goes to look over the counter, and she goes, there's anything else? And he goes, nope, and just goes, running out the door. And
but before he can do anything...
Well, we pan down to a naked man handcuffed to her.
Well, just before that, before he can do anything, Linda has ran past him and got in the car, and she's gone off on her own.
While he's talking to the receptionist, and he tries to look over the counter. See, this is what I mean. Every thing in this pushes his story along. He looks around, looks behind him, and just runs past her. What the fuck's going on now? So he has to go after her. Cut to the lady. He's got her husband naked, an old guy, proper naked, laying there, handcuffed to her leg on the floor. It's so creepy. It's so creepy.
So, he's been abandoned in this little village. The only thing he can do is go to a bar, Gav. And if you're going to go drinking in a bar, you want to go to Vigo the Carpathians bar, don't you?
Of course.
So Vigo's there serving drinks. Here you go. Have another one of my special drinks here.
Samuel's like, you're great. All of you are so good. All these charades and what you're doing. And he's just like, what? Talking to him.
He says he's really got you all.
He's just sitting there with his shotgun, though, isn't he? Just chilling out.
And the guy says to him, no, you don't understand. Something in the church is leaking out. And first of all, it infected the children, and then it started infecting the adults. And he's like, yeah, this is all really great. I really get what you're doing here, but I'm not buying any of it. So the guy's trying to tell him that there's something leaking out, whether it's evil or whether it's a virus or a disease.
This changes it for him, though, to know it's a bit more reality checker, doesn't it?
Yeah. We see Linda speak to a kid.
Well, the guy shoots himself.
Oh, no, that's a bit later on.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's a bit later on. We see Linda, meanwhile, on her little adventure in the car, and she comes across a kid, and the kid's sort of staring at her.
It's Mummy's Day!
Yeah, it's Mother's Day. You're all of our mother.
And the effects on the little girl, because it's K&B, you can see, obviously, they did Walking Dead and stuff. It looks so good. It looks really good.
And this is like real Children of the Dam, Village of the Dam sort of stuff now. Yeah. You know, little creepy kids surrounding her.
I love the fact that K&B did all the effects in this movie because they're so good.
She goes into the church to get away from these kids, and she finds like this weird door, and there's slime all over the walls. And then she can hear. And Jack Nicholson's working on his... Oh, no, that's a different film. She finds Sutter Kane on his typewriter. There's a little weird jump scare here where an arm comes out of nowhere and grabs her and then vanishes, just to sort of really add to the weird nightmare.
Yeah.
And Sutter Kane says, "Nice to see you, Linda." And he's got like a slight accent which makes it a little bit like more spooky, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
"Nice to see you, Linda." Oh, and it turns out that they were telling the truth. He says, "It turns out they were telling the truth about what I write. It can get into people's minds." And he starts revealing, you know, that he's giving this message to the world that he's received.
Well, he says, "For years I thought I was making all this up, but now it's all been told to me from them." And he sort of gestures over to this bulging door, like in The Haunting, but it's a slimy bulging door with things behind it, so we know there's like creatures behind it trying to break out.
I don't want to see his bulging slimy door, Gav.
It's smelly, slimy, bulging door.
He says to her, "Come, see the instrument of the homecoming. This is the new Bible."
He forces her to read his book and her eyes start to bleed.
Yeah. She gets all these crazy horror images flashing through her head.
She then turns around, gives him a little bit of a kiss, touches the back of his head, and he's got like some sort of Total Recall little fella sitting on his back of his head.
Yeah, it's very odd.
It's so odd, I know. That's what I like.
There's
this
no
movie.
reason for it, but it doesn't matter. There's no reason for it.
Because I'm not a massive body horror fan, but I think the mystery element of the weird town has always appealed to me.
Yeah, I love that. That's why I love a lot of Stephen King stuff.
I like the mystery, weird town, you know, that sort of thing.
Back at the hotel, though, Sam finds Linda very weak. She kind of bursts in and says, I'm losing it. I saw the new book. Don't look at it, whatever you do, Sam. Sam Neill, whatever you do, don't look at it." She calls him Sam Neill for some reason.
Sam Neill, don't do it.
Go make Jurassic Park with Steven Spielberg. Sam sees some weird paintings depicting the creatures that, you know, that are in these books. And then he hears the old lady downstairs screaming, or at least he thinks it's the old lady. But it's actually the man.
And very quick, that painting, when he looks closer at the painting, there's just this slimy sort of monster just out of the water just in it. And he's like, what the hell is that? And that's when he hears about it. It's so good.
It's like a nightmare.
Oh,
it really is.
Yeah. This is actually, the whole thing is like a nightmare.
This bit freaked me out the most, this next bit now, because when they hear the scream, they assume it's the old lady. And when they get there, they realise that she's turned into this tentacled monster that's basically attacking her husband.
With an axe.
And she's still got that cute little old lady grandma face, but she's got these horrible tentacle things coming out of her, and she's like,
it's so good.
Oh, Jesus.
I know. By the way, this movie's so hard to get a hold of. I'd love to have this in my collection, but it's really expensive. Like, really expensive.
Yeah, I rented it on Prime.
Yeah, we rented it on Prime.
there was an option to buy it, and I'm actually regretting not buying it now. But it was £8 to buy.
Yeah, I want an actual physical copy though, but it's really hard to get hold of. There's only German Blu-ray for about £25.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Well, he's obviously freaked out by this tentacle creature, so he runs off, and Linda starts to mutate and growl.
Yeah.
And she chases after him. He runs outside, and he drives off now in the car. And then he sees Linda again, and all the children are dancing around her.
Just as he runs out the hotel, by the way, and he ran off, he saw the monster in the greenhouse, and that's what she was explaining, which was in the book originally.
Yeah, in that she says in the original book that greenhouse was full of
months. Yeah. In town, loads of people with axes again.
Yeah, and the kids are dancing around Linda, and she sort of stood there, and he screams, "Fuck you!"
He goes back to the bar.
Let's go back to
when
Vigo.
in doubt, go and have a drink.
And he says to the barman, I know how you're doing all of this.
He says it's not really real.
He says it's good special effects, and you're using hidden speakers, and it's really clever, but this is not real. And the barman just looks at him, and he's got a really melty looking face at this point. And Vigo the Carpathian blows his own brains out with his shotgun.
And I think this is the point where it's just like, oh.
But just before he blows his brains out, he does say, "I can't help it. He wrote me this way."
Yeah.
Which is a really chilling line. He wrote me this way.
Yeah.
And then he blows his brains out.
Yeah.
So he then punches Linda.
As you would.
Knocks her out, puts her in the car.
She swallows the car keys.
She fucking bitch. You fucking bitch.
They were made of chocolate, I think.
Pasta.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. Pasta. But she swallowed them. So he hotwires the car because he can do anything.
Yeah, no problem.
And he speeds off, and she says, "You should have believed me. You should have believed me, Sam Neill." And then she sort of, in the middle of driving, she decides now is a good time that I'm going to straddle you and try and get it on with you, which makes him crash the car, of course.
Sees the kid on the bike again.
Yeah, the weird kid on the bike. And then the ultimate effect in this movie. Contortionist.
That's the one they hired.
With a backwards mask on, so she crab walks, but her head's the right way up because of the mask, and it's Linda.
But then
obviously
flips over and the head stays like the same. It's so well good.
It looks really, really good, and she says, "Kane has a job for you." The effects are just phenomenal here.
He's like, "Fuck this, I'm off. I'm going."
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately, this happens over and over now, where he tries to leave the town and all of a sudden just turns right back in front of the crowd, slams on the brakes, he's about to run him over, reverses, turns around, drives out of town, and his back pops back in town every time.
Yeah.
He can't get away, like the kid couldn't earlier on the bicycle.
I didn't like this next bit where he crashes the car and he wakes up and he's just in the confession booth in the church. I don't really know how he got there. Again, it's a nightmare, so you don't need an explanation, I suppose.
I guess. And it's actually Sutter Kane talking to him through the podium.
Yeah. He says, and they have a little chat, and he says, "Books aren't real." Kane says, "Yeah, by now you should know that I'm bigger than the Bible."
Well, he says to him, "I wrote you, and that's why you're here."
He says, "Well, I can tell you something. Your books suck." Well, he says, "Well, you must read my new one. It will drive you quite mad."
And he says, basically, "You're here. I wrote you here. You're just a messenger to take the book back to the world for me and deliver my book. That's why you're here. That's your job."
He fills Sam Neill's head with horrific images and tells him it's all about belief. And when he's finished, he says, "I'm all done," and he finishes typing. "I'm all done." Ding.
And what the agent was actually doing was trying to stop him. The agent knew. So the agent was actually doing a good thing. Was trying to stop Sam Neill to bring the book in. So actually, the agent wasn't doing a bad thing. killing Sam Neill, trying to kill
because
Sam Neill.
he'd only read a couple of pages,
and it
about
made him start going crazy, like, oh, we can't do this. He figured out what was going on, also, however, and managed to do that, and that's what he was doing. That was his actions with the axe, trying to kill Sam Neill.
And now Sam Neill starts really questioning his own sanity. He starts screaming, "No, I'm real. You didn't write me. I'm a real person. I came here on my own. I know." And then he starts thinking, "Am I? And Kane says to him, "Why don't you go home via this strange, secret, slimy passageway that's like a wormhole back to the real world, and deliver the message." And at this point, the door is like bursting open. The big slimy door behind him is bursting open, and Sam Neill thinks, "Well, I guess it's either wait and see what comes out of that door, or head down this slimy passageway." We've all been in that situation in life. Sutter Kane starts ripping his own face like paper. A great effect again, really quite simple, but looks great. And it's just a giant page that then rips into the unknown, like a tear in space-time reality. There's so much H.P. Lovecraft-ness in this last part. Yeah. It's great. Linda is reading as that, you know, she's reading it out as he does the actions. She's like, he looked into the passageway, he stepped first foot into the passageway, and he's doing the things as she's saying it. And he goes down the passageway alone. A big, giant, weird monster chases him. And suddenly he's back on the road and it's daylight. And the boy on the bike goes past. And he says, "You okay?" And that's Darth Vader, that is. That's Hayden Christensen.
Yeah.
He says, "You okay, mister?" And he's like, "Oh my God, it's like, I'm back in the real world." He gets
He just leaves the manuscript there. Just gets up and just thumbs a ride.
Fuck this.
Fuck
he gets in a truck, goes back to a motel room. A package arrives for him at the hotel room.
He's pretty unhappy. He cuts the manuscript again.
Yeah, it just keeps coming back to him.
He burns it in his sink.
Yep.
Gets on the Greyhound bus.
And he's really paranoid at this point.
And this point here is really weird. We have this really basic hip-hop drum beat go on, which goes for about 3 scenes and doesn't stop for no reason. Did you notice it?
It didn't fit with the rest of the film.
No, and it goes on for it's almost like someone's put it there by accident and just kind of left it. Or some producer said, "Oh, just put a drum beat, put a hip hop drum beat here." Why?
If that had played over the end credits with John Carpenter rapping about the mouth of madness, then that would have been pretty decent. But that sadly didn't happen. Sutter Kane appears on the Greyhound bus next to him, and he has another couple of "wake up, I'm asleep, wake up, I'm asleep." He says, "I'm God now."
And he says to him, "You're like the colour blue. When you wake up, have a look around you."
I don't get that bit. I didn't catch that.
When he wakes up, he looks around him. The whole bus is blue.
Of course.
He's like, he starts going crazy.
Well, when he gets back to his home, he goes to the police. Obviously, they don't believe him. The police officer says, "There's no Hobbs End. There's no such place. It's in a book."
She says again for the several times I've told you. So obviously he's been like full on. Go, "It must be."
He goes back to the alleyway where he saw the mutated cop beating the kid. There's no cop there this time.
This is the best bit. He goes back to Charlton Heston's office and says, "Look, fucking, I couldn't do it," and all sort of stuff. And he says, and Charlton Heston's going, "So you say this Styles lady that I sent with you? I don't remember any of this. Like,
we've never had anybody by that name working for this company.
We never did this." And I think, do you think the book's affected you at all? And
well, when he says there's no such person as Linda, that Sam Neill says that's because she was written out of the book. He just sort of has a little answer for Charlton Heston, furthering Charlton Heston to think this guy's a lunatic.
And then he starts saying, like, you know, this book, we can't publish this book, it's got to stop, it's terrible, it's going to kill people when they read it. And he says, "What are you talking about? You delivered this book to us last spring.
8 months ago.
It's been on the shelf and a movie comes out next month." And he's like, What? And then Sam Neill is now the Axeman at the bookstore.
Yep.
Cut back to our story in the asylum, and I was just like, whoa, that's a lot.
Pretty mental.
Hour and a half. This movie is from fucking hell, you know.
Sutter Kane's thought to be dead. People are rioting to get his new book, In the Mouth of Madness.
David Warner leaves after he sort of tells the rest of the story.
There's the news are saying there's an epidemic of violence, paranoid schizophrenia globally. People's eyes are bleeding. Someone's buying the book, and Sam grabs an axe and chops up this young man who's buying the book, and that's how he gets put in the padded cell. And David Warner says, I'm going to leave now. Thanks for telling me this weird flashback story of you ending with you chopping up a kid. And Sam says, well, you'd be safer in here than you would be outside with what's going on out there. David Warner steps outside and he says to the doctor, David Glover, he says, John Glover, not Danny Glover, John Glover. He says, he thinks that the Sutter Kane books are causing the epidemic outside. So I think he's clearly insane. And then Sam Neill hears horrible, monstrous growls and screams coming from the door of his cell. The door gets broken in a little bit. He exits the cell into the asylum.
In the morning, he leaves his cell. It's daytime.
Oh, that's right. He's too scared to come out until it's daylight. And there's no one there. It's just an abandoned hospital with blood and destruction everywhere.
On the news reports, there's people mutating and there's mass killings everywhere, and it's like a virus.
Yep. So he then leaves the asylum, heads to a movie theatre, which is showing In the Mouth of Madness, directed by John Carpenter.
Yeah, which must have sent everyone insane.
Yeah.
That was the finishing effect. The book started, then when the movie came out, that everyone else watched that, and it made everyone go inside and start killing everyone.
It's a bit like the Ring Curse, isn't it?
I like it. It's a cool concept. But we're going apocalyptic there. Everyone's done that, and the towns are empty.
And what I like here is he just sits down in the movie theatre with a big bucket of popcorn
and just laughs.
And he's literally watching the film that we've just seen, because they're showing the clips of it on the screen for him.
Sarah saw this in the cinema when it came out, and she said that scene was amazing.
I bet it was. Yeah, he does this amazing, crazy laugh, and we end with some heavy riffing rock.
Yeah.
And that is In the Mouth of Madness, my friends.
Yeah.
It ends very much like Prince of Darkness. The world is fucked up. We can't do much about it. See ya.
Yeah. No, it's good. I love that film. I really enjoyed watching it again.
Yeah, I really, really like that. And that is now probably floating around in my top 5 Carpenter films, because I've just watched it. This is what happens.
Good. Well, you have to watch it again, not reviewing it. At least within the next year or 2 years.
Really, really clever meta film. Who wrote it? Written by Michael DeLuca. Don't know what else he's written, but really clever, ahead of its time with its meta stuff. I think the icing on the cake really with that meta stuff is that John Carpenter directing In the Mouth of Madness just was brilliant, I think. But yeah, incredible turn from Sam Neill. And it's not a John Carpenter film that people talk about very much. They talk about the sort of top 5, the main ones.
Yeah.
But
I think it gets forgotten.
I think this is one people, if you've never seen it, you're in for a treat. And if you haven't seen it for a long time, or you've overlooked it, just go back and check it out. Because I think it's very nightmarish.
Yeah.
Big thumbs up from me. Big Sutter Kane slimy thumbs up.
Big tentacles up for me.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get out of here and come back for the outro.
Cool beans.
I hope everybody enjoyed the reviews of the John Carpenter films. And we're back again.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us, everyone.
That was episode 152. Fantastic to talk John Carpenter again.
What are we doing next, man?
Well, it's a patron pick for the next episode.
Patron pick.
It is Jamie's turn.
Hey, hi Jamie.
Hi Jamie, and she is selected. Now you don't know this, so I'm going to reveal these to you now. For episode 153,
I don't know.
Our next episode, she selected 2 zombie films.
Oh, I've been down the zombie alley for a while.
And these are 2 movies that I've seen. I'm sure you've seen at least one of them. They're sequels.
Are they old schools? Okay.
No. The first one is 2010, The Dead.
Oh, the South African.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's South Africa, but it's definitely in Africa.
It's English. It's 2 English guys did it, and in Africa.
Yeah.
Great, brilliant. I saw the premiere of this at Fright Fest. And I used to own it on DVD, and I must have lent it to someone because I don't have it anymore.
I remember being impressed with it because of the what went into making it as well.
Well, I know there's
because they just went out and did it.
There's a really good behind the scenes because those guys got fucked up from they got like a gunpoint, gunpoint as well. Loads of shit going on, trying to get their stuff taken from the camera rigs and shit. There's a second one, but I've not seen it. But yeah, fantastic! I can't wait to talk about that film. That was a great movie.
Well, the second one is what she's chosen as well. The Dead 2 India. From 2013.
Jamie, I'm very surprised and pleasantly surprised. I've never seen the second one, so that's new for me. Have you seen either of these?
I've seen both. I've seen both of them.
Okay, yeah, I've not seen the second. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
I don't remember the second one very well, but and I don't remember. I can't remember. I don't think it was as good as the first one from what I remember, but I remember enjoying them both. And again, it's what goes into making them. And again, it's fun to talk some zombies.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll get into those 2 zombie movies and why Jamie has picked them for us.
Yeah, I'm well up for them.
That'd be good fun. And then after that, it'll be episode 154.
Okay.
And it'll my birthday episode.
Oh, so it's like your patron, isn't it? What are you? What I now I do know you've told me before, but tell me again.
It's a Dolph Lundgren double bill.
Oh yeah.
Masters of the Universe from 1987.
I gutted it. Just came off Prime. It was on Prime. It's gone off.
I've got it on VHS. And Dark Angel from 1990.
Okay.
Also known as I Come in Peace.
Okay. So for the next 2 episodes, they're kind of fairly not movies I've seen lots. So 2 of them I've not seen. So that's great.
And then after that, episode 155 will be another director's special.
Who are we doing?
We're covering Andre Ovredal. You know who he is.
Do I? What's he done?
Yes, because we'll be covering Troll Hunter from 2010.
Okay.
And The Autopsy of Jane Doe from 2016.
Oh, splendid Norwegian director.
Yeah, so it's going to be a lot of fun because there are 2 very different films.
I do have both those films in their collection, so that's good.
They're both very different films. Troll Hunter is a lot of fun, big action comedy, and The Autopsy of Jane Doe terrifies me for some reason. Really creepy.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that one. First time I watched it was when I was living above the funeral parlour, and it was pouring. Yeah. It was a pouring storm and rainy night. I was in bed, pitch black. Pete was in the flat though, so it was quite good because I remember watching it going, this is a bit creepy, considering there's actually dead people just below me. This is a bit creepy to watch.
Yeah, it's a really creepy, good atmospheric film.
Yeah.
And sadly, one of the actors in it passed away at a very young age.
Oh, what, the young male actor?
Yeah, yes, indeed.
Shit.
So we'll talk about that. So the next 3 episodes are going to be zombies, Dolph Lundgren, and Norwegian horror.
Let's put all them together.
That's going to be great.
Dolph Lundgren fighting zombies in Norwegian. Wow. Probably would do, actually.
Jesus Christ.
That film's probably already being shot as we speak.
So there we go. Well, look, it's housekeeping. So let's do some housekeeping, and we can say our goodbyes and good nights, Gavin.
Housekeeping.
So we are the Podcast on Haunted Hill. As always, we are a proud member of Legion Podcast Network. We're also under the Deadbolt Media umbrella now, we're proud to say.
Yeah, thank you very much.
If you want to know more, just go to legionpodcasts.com, where you can find about us, all our past episodes, and all the other shows under the network. There's a Facebook page, which is Legion Podcasts, which is where you can, again, find out about all the other shows, chat to people, even the creators of the shows, etc. And we have our own Facebook page, the Podcast on Haunted Hill. It's a little community. It's been running for 10 years. You can make some great friends there, talk about what you're watching, what you're looking forward to, trailers, all that kind of stuff. And we promote the show, obviously, on there and chat to you all. And if you want to email us directly, we have an email address, which is the podcast on Haunted Hill at outlook.com. Wherever you're listening to us now is where you can continue to do so. We're available on most platforms such as Spotify, YouTube, Podknife, Apple, and a billion other places. Just Google the podcast on Haunted Hill and you'll probably find us somewhere lurking in the shadows, in the dirty corners of the world. We are on Instagram, the Podcast on Haunted Hill Insta, which is mainly where I promote the episodes with a little collage. And we've mentioned Deadbolt Films. That is our production company. Deadboltfilms.com is the website. You can find out more about our short films and our feature-length films, our podcasts, our comics, and merchandise and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't think the new website's been made yet, revamped yet, but I'm sure the other one's still up at that address.
It is.
But do come check out YouTube and watch some stuff. It's always good for us.
Yeah, just search Deadbolt Films on YouTube and you'll find our channel.
Some likes if you like it.
And Deadbolt Films is also on Instagram, just Deadbolt Films, all one word. And finally, we also accept Patreon subscribers. Just like our next episode is a patron pick. You can become a patron if you want to and support the show, help keep things ticking over for as little as £1 or $1 a month, or as much as you'd like. If you do become a patron, you will get a free T-shirt posted to wherever you live in the intergalactic universe, in one of 3 colours in a size of your choice. You get to set the programming for an episode when it comes to your patron pick. Every 3 episodes, it will be a patron pick. The patron picks the 2 movies and tells us why they love them and a little blurb about them if they want, or they don't have to. And yeah, that's cool. And we really love doing the patron picks. It's a lot of fun.
Yes.
And you also get access to every Friday we drop one of our old episodes. So eventually you will have all of our back catalogue available at your disposal on Patreon or through Patreon, and as well as other bonus content we occasionally release and exclusive early access to some of our episodes.
And the odd video.
The odd video.
Podcast review of things. I used to make the odd video here and there. I'll have to do a new one.
Yeah, we need another lockdown, then we can do some more content.
Yeah.
We don't need another lockdown at all.
No.
If you want to become a patron, just go to Patreon and search for the Podcast on Haunted Hill. Alternatively, if you can't find anything on there or you're struggling, just email us again, the Podcast on Haunted Hill at outlook.com, or message me, Dan, on Facebook, Instant Messenger, and I'll get back to you.
And we massively appreciate our patrons, and if you'd like to join our little patron gang, that would be incredible. And we all, as we've already said, we do this because we love it, and we'd always do this anyway, but we absolutely adore and love our patrons. Thank you so much, you guys.
Yes, it makes the show keep ticking over nicely.
It's just lovely to know that you care that much about listening to us talk shit.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And as always, we thank all of our patrons by name at the end of each episode, which I'm going to do now. And I'm not going to do a silly voice. I'm just going to do normal voices again.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do accents, sometimes I don't.
It's a late one now for us.
All right. Well, thank you ever so much to D, to Don Collier, to Matthew Godley, Jamie Jenkins, Kevin S5, Sarah K, Rachel, RJ McCready, and Lex Boo. Thank you guys for
Thank you so much. Honestly, we love it. Thank you.
Thanks for your support. And thank you to everybody else for listening, supporting, liking, sharing, and just joining in. Thank you for listening to me and Gav travel into the realms of John Carpenter for the 4th time. And we'll be doing it again, I'm sure, at some point.
And I looked up the age of the lead gang member of Christine.
How old is he?
When he was shooting the film, he was 24.
Fucking hell, he looks about 44. Jesus Christ.
He's gone up. He's 35 and I looked at him last.
Fucking hell.
44 now.
Well, it's a good night from a 34-year-old teenager.
With a flick knife. Taking people's lunch boxes.
Stab him with yogurt.
He must have thought, well, I'm doing this. Why have you asked me? I don't even look young. I look actually older than I actually am, and I'm too old for this part.
Who else is it good night from, Gav?
It's a good night from Kurt Russell. Why not?
Why not? It's always a good night with Kurt Russell. Oh, from Kurt Russell. Sorry.
I don't know what that means, but he would laugh, I'm sure.
It's a good night from the little fella stuck on the back of Sutter Kane's head when you give him a goodbye kiss.
Oh, it is. And it's a good night from a maniacal Sam Neill laughing away. Do everybody make sure you're all safe and look under the bed for Sam Neill.
Or look under the bed for a tentacled granny trying to cut you up with an axe.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Hell no.
I guess we finished the episode by saying, John Carpenter, we salute you. And we love you.
Yes. Everybody be safe. I'm glad you enjoyed the show. And if you've got this far, well done. This is the ending.
Good night.
And we'll be back again.
God bless America.
That too. Goodbye. Thank you for listening to the podcast on Haunted Hill. We will be back again real soon.